All right, welcome to the 2021 Fantasy Six-Pack NFL Draft Special. We're here for, I think, year 3 of doing this, and I'm excited. It's going to be an exciting draft. The first couple picks may be set in stone, but it's going to be a wild one, I feel like. We got a lot of unknowns going on, including some news that dropped today, and it's shaking the headlines. Let me introduce the cast with me, but first, I'm Joe Bond, fan of FantasySixPack.net. Over here, the man who's been with us for a while. I'm backwards here. I'm bad at this. Selyan Lonqueux, what's up, man?
How are you doing? How's everyone? Super excited for the draft. I've been waiting for this for a whole year. Let's get this underway.
Absolutely, man. You and I have been doing this. This is our 3rd year, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is a long, fun show. I enjoy it. I definitely wanted to do this one again. We got not just you and me this year. To my right, Bob Van Durser, Bob Van IDP man. How's it going, man?
It was going pretty good till all this Aaron Rodgers news got out there. Being a Packer fan, it's been in some turmoil today, but man, I'm looking forward to the draft. We put in a ton of work and research, learning these prospects and mock draft after mock draft, and it's finally time to see how it all shakes out.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys have put in a lot of work. Not me. I'm just here to talk and lead you guys through the night, hopefully as best I can. You guys know all the ins and outs. Down below, Kyle Williams. What's going on, brother?
How we doing? Excited, ready for my Patriots to possibly select Justin Fields here in the next 2 hours or so.
You guys shaking heads all over the place, me included. Nah. Please don't let it happen. All right.
Oh.
And last but not least, Jon Witt. I wish he would take off the hat because he looks and put it back on his glasses, man. It looks exactly like
there's a bag there in the glasses, but yeah, I can throw them on later. Scott,
you're all good. Got the Scott Van Pelt lookalike.
Yeah.
How's it going tonight, man?
Good. Excited. Glad to join this year. I have to admit it's different from past years. Bill's picking so late this year, but it'll be fun. We'll have some fun with this one.
Yeah, man. I got some helmets behind me, and you mentioned up here. It's back here. It's a little smaller than when I was full screen. That took the screenshot. But I got some helmets of the team's picket behind me. Old Baskin-Robbins helmets. Nice. Good stuff from I think the early '90s. So good show. All right. As Bob mentioned earlier, we got to lead with this, man. Aaron Rodgers news. There's a lot of talk that he wants out. He's not going to play for them this year. He's already come out and said it. He asked for a trade. They declined it. He's done, man. And so producer Jeff sent out a tweet to us before the show and talks that Denver might be in the works to get him. So I don't know. What do you guys think about this, man? Bob, I'll leave with you, man, as a Packers fan.
Yeah, I mean, it's something else. I will say Denver is interesting. Yeah, at least a few. Denver's interesting because earlier in the offseason, there was rumors that they were trying to trade for an elite quarterback, and the Packers allegedly were shopping Aaron Rodgers early this offseason, and something fell through, and that's what happened in Denver. So it's interesting to kind of see this come back around. I think a lot of it is just Rodgers, like myself, kind of being sick of the front office antics, taking a quarterback first round last year, then pulling off an MVP season, taking a backup running backs next, trading away a 3rd round pick, drafting a backup linebacker next, backup O lineman, drafting no starters when you're arguably a few plays away from the Super Bowl. It's a tough pill to swallow. I can't necessarily blame the guy,
Yeah, I don't blame him one bit, man, after last year's debacle of a draft. And then, of course, we all saw the Jeopardy episode where got kind of trolled at the final Jeopardy question about, did you whose decision was it to kick the field goal? Yeah, he's not happy there. I mean, Kyle, what happens with the Packers if they end up trading Aaron Rodgers? Like, what happens to all these skill position guys that are there?
Well, from a fantasy perspective, you'd have to think that DeVonta Adams would take a decent sized hit coming off from being the number 1 last season. I don't know. Even guys like Aaron Jones, they may try to work in Dylan now a little more. I mean, you just don't know until you see who they pick. I mean, there's where the Drew Lock might be in some sort of trade coming back, and we all know his track record not very good. So just the whole thing it's up in the air. It's a mystery right now. If I'm a Packers fan, I'm definitely not feeling good about this.
No, it's definitely not good, man. Yeah, they drafted Jordan Love last year, and they liked him. They wouldn't have drafted him in the first round if they hadn't. But I didn't really like him as a prospect. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't know. John, you got any thoughts about if Jordan Love can keep this offense rolling?
I mean, he's probably going to get thrown in the fire. I mean, everything, that's come out is they don't need a quarterback back, so he's going to get out there. He's going to play. I mean, he's shown some flashes. He's at least got weapons around him and a halfway decent coaching staff. I mean, I think, though, on the opposite side with Denver, their skill position players will get a huge jump with Rodgers. Judy, Fant, Sutton coming back. Every single one of them. And, I mean, even from a fan perspective, getting Mahomes and Rodgers twice a year now.
That'll be fun.
It'll be some good football.
Yeah, I mean, look, everybody was kind of on the train for Denver and Drew Lock last year, as he had a ton of weapons. Can you imagine how good that team's going to actually be with a real good quarterback there? So,
I've always been trying forever to get his man.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. All right, let's jump into this year's draft, though. A little more focus on this. And Selyan, I want to ask you, obviously the first pick is pretty much unanimous. Everybody across the board is Trevor Lawrence going to the Jags. Is there any concern at all in your mind with Trevor Lawrence?
Honestly, not much, and I don't think many people have concerns either. I mean, all it takes. I mean, I watched this film 2 days ago just to remind myself of just how good he is, and he's got so many traits that make him worth the hype, essentially. And it's really tough to nitpick holes in his game. I personally really struggled. I think you had a look at my report on him. I think I got 3 lines in the weaknesses. He does so many things great. It's about how well he can adjust to the pro game and to the pro schemes, because that Clemson offense is all about those 50-50 balls, the quick game, the one reads. Yeah. So we really haven't seen him go through a pro scheme, but outside of that, he's executed everything he's had to do at such an elite level, and he has an elite arm. He's a great athlete. I mean, I can't find anything wrong with him.
And he wins. I mean, that's for sure.
He hasn't lost in college or high school yet. Yeah, so at least in the regular season, obviously in the big games he has. So Selyan, before I move on to the other guys, I want to ask you, there's obviously all the quarterbacks are the big talk of this draft. Who are the guys going off the board in what order? Like the main 4 or 5, whatever you want to call it. In what order are they going off the board?
The quarterbacks, you mean?
Yes. Yeah, what'd I say?
So I believe Lawrence is a lock at 1. I think everyone's picturing Wilson as being the guy going to the Jets. I don't know how much of a lock that one is, but if it does happen, it will be pretty predictable. And then behind there, I think the draft starts at 3. We're hearing that Mac Jones is the guy for the 49ers. And I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. Mac Jones is the only pro day that Shanahan actually attended, and it's really rare for a team to trade up for a quarterback and then only attend one pro day in such a weird year where there's no combine, only attend the Mac Jones pro day. I think that tells a lot about what the 49ers might do, even though there's been an outside chatter around the whole situation right now. What I would do, I probably wouldn't go Mac Jones, but I think that's what they're going to do. And then after that, whether Trey Lance or Justin Fields goes first or second is going to be up to teams. There's no way to predict it. I think they're both very comparable and have very close grades on my board as well. So we'll see how those dominoes fall.
I would not be surprised if Trey Lance goes to San Fran, though. It's been Mac Jones.
That's what I would do
for a while. Yeah. And I don't know. It's today. I mean, even Vegas has the odds now that Lance is going to go 3. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah. For sure.
My whole take on the whole Lance or Jones thing is Jones does everything very well. He's going to come in, and that's probably what Shanahan likes. He's very accurate. He's going to deliver the football. He's on time. He gets his reads. He's very polished. He's your year 1 starter that you can actually play with. Trey Lance, on the other hand, is the athlete, the one that can extend plays, the one that hasn't really played against a defense or an offense that has tighter windows or that sequences reads in in the pro way. So he might need more time to adjust. But Mac Jones is the one that comes in right away. I think Trey Lance is the guy that would actually expand your playbook because of his athletic ability. And then Mac Jones, your most stationary passer. Honestly, I like the guy that's going to become your playmaker more than the guy that's just going to execute based on what he has around him and the scheme that's around him.
I feel like with Mac Jones too, you've seen what he can do. I feel like Lance, you haven't seen his ceiling yet. I feel like he's, like you said, way more athletic, and I just think you're going to be able to get more out of him. Mac Jones he's going to be an everyday quarterback for sure, but might not do anything special. I mean, he'll win games, but he just might not be that Trey Lance type.
So, John, what's your order of quarterbacks? Not how you prefer them, but how you think they're actually.
Sure, I think obviously Lawrence, and I think Wilson, and then I think Lance ends up going to San Fran, and then Fields. I'm not sure where Fields is gonna go. I mean, he's from Georgia. I mean, Atlanta might think, when am I going to get back into the spot and take him? But I don't think Fields falls out of the top 10. What I think will be interesting if Jones doesn't go to San Fran, how far he falls down.
Yeah, and John, you're getting a lot of crap in the comments here. You're not recognizing your fans.
I guess so. Yeah,
you got the fan club coming in, man. Appreciate it, guys. All right, Kyle, what's your order of quarterbacks here?
So as I was saying when we started is obviously I'm a big New England Patriots fan. And all we've heard since, the 49ers have traded up is Fields is going to slip, Mac Jones is the guy. And like you guys were saying, where there's smoke, there's fire. So Obviously Lawrence and Wilson is 1 and 2. I don't think anybody's really going to argue that. That's been what it's been since, the dawn of time now.
Yep.
I think personally, like Selyan was saying, was the 3rd pick is really where the start of the draft is. And I've struggled with it. I've gone back and forth. I think it's going to be Lance. Then I think it's going to be Jones. And then I think it's going to be Fields.
All right. Bob, anything different?
I'm wildly different than you guys. I think there's still a chance for Fields to go at 2, honestly. And I think there's an even better chance for him to go at 3. I think the fact that the 49ers have almost stayed away from anything Fields is just intriguing to me. Yeah. That it's like, oh, yeah, it's between Lance and Jones off the rip. When, Fields to me is probably my number 2 quarterback in this class, like he was before, the end of the season. He was QB2 with Trevor Lawrence for the longest time. And then out of thin air, it's Zach Wilson, guaranteed number 2. So for me, it's a little odd to see that just all of a sudden kind of out of thin air go that way. So I think honestly Fields at 3 is almost the best smoke screen of them all. I almost wonder if they heard that Jets were going Wilson at 2 and they're like, oh, we got to move up. We got to get our guy Fields. And they move up to 3 and they're like, oh yeah, we're looking at these guys. We're not even looking at Fields because they don't want the Jets to actually think that they're gonna like, oh, maybe we missed something with Fields. Right. I don't know. I think it's smokescreen city personally. Otherwise, I like Lance. Lance would be my number 2 option. Jones would be probably my 5th choice for them.
All right. So, what's the position outside of quarterback? What's the position you guys are most excited to see come off the board here, and in what order it happens? And Bob, we ended with you last, so we'll start with you first.
Man, I think I'm curious to see how the wide receivers fall. With a lot of these mocks, it seems like early there's always, I call them more fantasy mock drafts than NFL mock drafts, because all of the wide receivers and all the position players get pushed to the front, and then you kind of see things level out, and it's like, wow, we have 7 wide receivers going round 1, and now there's only 3 or 4 in most mocks. But so I'm curious to see how those guys kind of come off the board. But I think for them, and then on the defensive side of the ball, obviously linebackers. That's where I'm excited to see those guys go too. But
so Aaron Rodgers just tweeted out, "Beautiful day in Denver!" Exclamation point. So this sounds like a done deal. Sorry, Bob. You can leave and go get your second drink.
No, I'm all right. I'll live. I'll cheer him on, man.
He's a hell of a player.
Like I said, I got no ill will on the guy. I can't blame him. That Denver team's built to probably win right now. They have a decent enough defense. They got a good line. They got weapons. So more than the Packers got.
They're going to be right up there in the AFC, man.
Woo, that'll be interesting. All right, so most interesting position, and you guys can agree. Obviously, I don't care. Kyle, let's go in reverse order here.
I agree with Bob. A lot of it is wide receivers, guys like Waddle and stuff. Are super, super interesting. DeVonta Smith's been rumored to be falling down the board a little bit. I personally like corners a lot. Guys like Asante Samuel Jr. You saw his dad in the pros. Absolute just stud.
Beast.
Caleb Farley, he's been rumored to be kind of moving up draft boards a little bit, maybe even sneaks in the lower middle. And then don't get
that's gonna happen a lot. Sorry.
don't get me started on Jace Horn. Oh my God, is that guy going to be fantastic in the NFL? He is a stud. Yep, absolutely.
I mean, you can just look at all the guys that he's had to face in college and shut down. His track record is just phenomenal.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts, Jaylen Waddle, you name it.
Chase, all those guys, yeah.
All right, John, what's your position of interest here?
I'll steer away from the wide receivers because we talked about it. I do want to say that, though, I really like Rashad Bateman. It's going to be interesting to see where he goes. I think he could come in and produce day one, but I'm going to go running backs. Pittsburgh has been really rumored to take it. Is there going to be more than one? Is Harris and Etienne going to go in the first round? So it's going to be real interesting to see where the dominoes fall, or even if a guy like Javonte Williams from UNC slides into the first round. So it'll be interesting to see how the running backs going, and if one goes, if the dominoes start to fall with them.
Yeah, we saw a big shocker last year at the end of the first round. Nobody expected that. So, running backs can be a big surprise. Selyan, what do you think about, besides quarterbacks, what's your most interesting position here?
Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued with the defensive line and defensive tackles and defensive ends, see how they fall, because there's no clear number one guy this year, and we're not sure how many of them are going to fall. Are we going to see a defensive tackle in the first round? Who's going to be the top edge player? I like Azeez Ojulari personally. Kwity Paye is really nice. Then you got Rousseau, Owe. But none of them really look elite to the level that we've had in the past few years. So how many of them actually fall in the first round, and which one is it? It's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, we got the commish at the podium. I don't have my sound up. I'm sure there's lots of boos, but it's whatever. All right, I want to ask you guys a couple questions about your process here, and obviously with COVID and everything else going on, and we had guys sitting out the season. How did this change your way of analyzing these players? Obviously there was no combine. We had a lot of pro days, but I mean those are very, very, very scripted. And then obviously we had players like Caleb Farley sit out. We had Jamar Chase sit out. A lot of top end guys sit out, and I kind of wonder like how this affected you can take one part of this and everybody else can take a different part. Mm-hmm. But Kyle, let's start with you. How did this affect your ability to analyze these players?
Well, I don't tend to put a lot of stock in pro days and workouts and stuff like that because it's just not. I'm more of you see them play in like live action. That's a lot better for me. So watching a lot of game tape is more what I like to. That's how I break down a prospect. I just think workouts and stuff like that, they're basically meaningless to me. I don't think you can see much. I'm just being honest. I don't think you can see much from them or stuff like that. It's all scripted. It's all a lot of it's like it's not team controlled. It's more player, trainer, that kind of control. So it just becomes what the player is more comfortable with and not kind of what the team wants to see.
Yeah, I agree. John, anything different there?
I think this year more than last, it was a lot of watching more game film. I think you had to rely on that more than ever. I think it is interesting that it kind of came out today that GMs are looking at draft picks for next year as gold because COVID's kind of going away. You're going to be able to study these guys more. Mm-hmm. You're going to have more pro days, more combine. So I think that goes a long way with that. Some of these guys, they really weren't allowed to scout. So I think, the rate of bust this year on maybe like these second and third round picks might be higher than normal.
Yeah, I can see that going. Selyan, any other thoughts? Like, I to narrow this down a little bit, how did this affect the players that sat out for you, like a Caleb Farley, like a Chase, like these guys that sat out and didn't, their game tape is from a year plus ago now. Like how do you grade those guys knowing they miss a full season?
So for me, what was really interesting is seeing how their body types evolved. So you have guys like the Greg Rousseau, for example, who was around 245 pounds when he last played football. Then you see him at his pro day, he's at 266, which is great. I mean, you can tell he has a frame to add on weight, and he's been able to do that. So how do these guys actually that haven't played, how does their body evolve? How do they look as athletes? Have they been staying in shape? What are they really doing? I think that was interesting. And then, as Cal said, and John, I think you gotta keep watching the film, and that hasn't changed. Even though it's been a little harder because there are guys that haven't played in over a year, I still think you got to rely on what you're seeing on film. But seeing how they evolved over time without playing football and how their bodies grew is interesting.
There's also a lot less players available this year in the draft. Not as many declared. There's only 600, so right around there players, where next year is rumored to be well over 1,000. So I mean that right there too. That's a big difference.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we talked about some of these guys that miss, and something that shocked me, because, obviously I watch the Hokies, I'm a big fan. Caleb Farley, when he came out around a 4.2 something 40, I was like, what? Where'd that come from? Apparently all this guy's been doing in the offseason running, because he was not that fast on the field. But
he was.
I disagree. I don't know if he was ever a 4.2 40 type top end speed. I knew he was good.
He got clocked at 24 miles per hour at least against Notre Dame.
I mean, I knew the guy was good, but that to be honest, that shocked me. So I mean, if guys can improve like that through this, maybe that's cool. And but about any thoughts on your side here with all this?
So I'm pretty similar, with players that wanted to opt out. They opt out to prepare for the NFL draft process, and that's, getting in shape, starting to train with a trainer, getting with an agent. So I wanted to see, were they actually taking action on that? Guys to me that really did well with that process is Jamar Chase and Micah Parsons, two off the top of my head. These guys came out on their pro days and tested like freak athletes, like they should have. So they really, held up to that. Hey, I opted out for a reason, and I opted out to show that I'm a physical specimen. Mm-hmm. And that's something that I took into account. And then it was really weird going back to watch, 2019 film with fans in the stands, right. And it's wow, it's loud, as opposed to the 2020 film.
What's this?
Yeah, for me, I didn't knock anybody down for, taking the year off. Honestly, in some cases, I'm almost raising them up, because it's you're getting to get with an agent that much sooner, get ready for the NFL, get into a training system, a training regimen with somebody who knows NFL players and can put you in the same style of system. And so for me, that was that, and Selyan touched on Rousseau. He's a guy I'm skeptical on. I'm not as high on Rousseau as most, but the way that he trained and performed over the opt-out season, kind of raises him up my boards a little bit. The way he was able to pack on weight to his frame, like Selyan said, and show up at his pro day and perform well. I don't think he blew it up by any means, but the fact that he was able to add on meat to a rather slim and tall frame, that's a big plus for me. So.
Yeah, John, I don't know if you saw that question there, but there was a Bills question. Anyone for you can read it there, either you or Samuel at Bills pick.
I would love Asante Samuel at the Bills pick. I think he would slot perfectly on the opposite side with Trey White. I'd be all for that.
Yeah, that would be a monster boost for that defense.
Do you think Samuel's going to end up going in the first round? A lot of the Vegas betting odds have him going over under around 36.
Yeah, I think if he does, it's going to depend who falls. I mean, if the Bills really want a corner and you see the run on the corner with Newsome go and Horn go and all these guys go, maybe. I mean, he might sneak in there if the Bills really want a corner, but if there's guys still sitting there, then no, I think they'll wait till the second round.
All right, so Jags are on the clock. We got about 6.5 minutes left for the pick. I want to get in one more kind of pre-draft question, because let's be honest, this isn't really much of a draft pick here. We all know what's going to happen. So I want to ask you guys, what is the position you guys enjoy scouting the most? And Selyan, I'll start with you.
I have a lot of fun watching the running backs, honestly. I try not to get too deep in the class because, I mean, obviously every year you could watch around 30 to 40 running backs, and there only ends up being 20 or so drafted, and about half of those actually have success in the NFL. But it is fun to watch and to see what these guys can do in college. There's so many different aspects of the position, how well you can read the concept and the blocking scheme in front of you, how quick you are. It's pretty spectacular. The contact balance. I mean, I have a lot of fun scouting it.
Yeah, John?
I'm gonna go tight ends. Reasoning is that just they're so diverse now. You have the tight ends that are lining up in the backfield. You have the tight ends that are lining up in the slot. You still have the old school tight end that's going to slide down the line and block. I just think the tight end spot has come a long way and kind of evolved with the NFL offenses have evolved. So it's enjoyable to see all the different styles and types of tight ends that are coming out of college now.
Bob?
I'm a huge fan of linebackers and safeties. I'll pick linebackers. I love to see
defense?
guys. I know, right? You'd never expect that, but no, I love watching linebackers who just come up and pop somebody right in the mouth. I'm a big fan of that style of game, that smash mouth football. But similar to tight ends, how these guys have adapted to the new game, where they're actually asked to cover players and they're asked to cover flats and slants and all that. And also then having blitzing capabilities and being able to really do it all, like Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah and Micah Parsons this year are two. I think Micah Parsons not as much, but Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, he's a big-time do-it-all linebacker, and he's, kind of being slept on in a lot of circles. He's not necessarily getting the respect he deserves when he's arguably the best linebacker in this class, in my opinion. But easily for me, linebackers.
All right, Kyle, what's your favorite position to scout here?
Definitely have to agree with Selyan. It's running backs. Just the home run speeds, explosion, quick twitch, contact balance, blocking, vision, the whole nine. It's just a super fun, just exciting, position to break down.
Yeah,
and I do have a question for Bob. Do you have Parsons rated over him, or is he your second linebacker?
I have Parsons number one, solely because I think he's more likely to rack up consistent tackle numbers and along with stack numbers. I think depending on the scheme that JOK ends up in, he's going to be relegated to a lot of coverage, and coverage doesn't bode well for linebackers, at least in fantasy. If it was straight up just NFL player, there's a huge conversation there between those two. I mean, the way, like I said, JOK covers versus Parsons' blitzing and tackling ability, it's tough, man, between those two. They are neck and neck in pretty much all formats for me.
Do you have Collins slotted in third there, or who's after that?
I'm honestly not a huge fan of Collins. Okay. If he was slotted as an outside linebacker edge,
sure,
he'd probably be number two in this class overall on the defense for me. But I really didn't like his off-ball linebacker play. I felt he struggled in coverage. If it wasn't covering the flat, I think he could do that fine where he's just kind of covering, the short route wide receiver or the out route running back.
Right.
But so I think he's honestly my 5. But it's a good linebacker class too, so it's not it's not necessarily I friggin' hate the guy.
No, right.
It's just that I really like these other linebackers instead. So nothing, no huge ill will on the guy. But
what do you feel about Bolton?
Yeah. I'm real low on Bolton. I think he's my LB6.
Really?
I'm real low on him. I don't like, with his size and frame, I think he gets caught up in the muck a lot and fails to even get to the tackle opportunity. And that's something that I've been kind of paying a lot of attention to, is not even getting to the opportunity to make a tackle. And then when he's there, he can kind of get bowled over and kind of miss shots. He is somebody who will hit somebody in the mouth, and I'm a big fan of that. But, man, I just have a tough time with him. Consistency being a big issue. But, I'm lower on him too. I'm a big fan of Chaz Surratt. And then I forget who my LB5 or 4 would be, but yeah, I'm lower. I'm a lot lower than consensus on a lot of these guys, and that's probably going to bite me in the butt, but it is what it is. That's draft season, baby.
If you all listening and watching missed it, go over to the website fantasyspec.net and check out the mock draft. I'll pop it here in the comments for those who are watching. So we have the final first round mock draft with all these guys here. They did a phenomenal job with these all throughout the off season. So it was a good collective effort here, and it was interesting to see it change throughout the off season, and obviously with all the news coming out and things like that. So all right, we got the Jags pick is in. Just kind of waiting for it to happen here.
Justin Fields.
Yeah, right. First bomb drops on the whole draft. Everyone's going,
man.
What the? That would be absolutely insane. It just takes so long. Walk to the damn podium and make the announcement. Just be done with it. And I also have no idea why they actually take 15 minutes to make the first pick. You had 3 months. Come on.
Yeah,
I know it's commercial time. I get it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Wish I was getting ad money for this. Because then I wouldn't care about the 15 minutes. We'd throw in some ads and we'd be good. No, don't have those. Hit that subscribe button, fellas. That's how we can end up getting it eventually. All right. He's up at the podium. I don't know. I might be a little delayed. You guys might have already watched it. I have no idea.
I got nothing streaming down here.
Okay, yeah. That's why I keep looking to the left. My TV's over here, so I apologize to everybody who's watching me going, "Nerd." But that's what's happening. But there we go. Trevor Lawrence. All right, big shocker.
Shocked the world.
All right, so let's talk just a few minutes on Trevor Lawrence. So, we all love him as a prospect. What does this immediately mean for the skill players on that team? And John, I'll start with you.
I mean, it's got to elevate everyone. I mean, from Robinson to their entire wide receiver core. I mean, he's going to step in. He's a pro-ready quarterback, and they're going to throw the ball. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And he's got the arm. So I think, similar to when we were talking about Rodgers, if he goes to Denver, it elevates every single one of them on the team.
Yeah, I agree. I did an early, I think it was a Fantasy Pros, off seasons, early sleeper or whatever article. And I immediately picked DJ Shark and, a lot of people like Chenault. And basically everybody was being like, everybody who was going to play with Trevor Lawrence was getting a boost because they were still buried off of last year's rankings. I don't know why people just weren't adjusting yet, it seemed like, but I think that's going to change pretty quickly. Bob, you got anything, any concerns with that team, maybe taking a lift up, DJ Shark and, they got Jones and Chenault and things like that. They got a pretty decent receiving core.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I actually have some sneaky shares of Marvin Jones that I picked up off waiver wires and real late in a startup. I did this just a couple weeks back, but like we touched on, it's going to elevate everybody. No real red flags. My only concern is if they end up, bringing in somebody for James Robinson. I don't see it, but that's my only concern with them going forward. I hope I hope they address O-line first, as opposed to, going with kind of a luxury pick on a running back. So I'm worried, but I would think that they would lean towards hey, let's build the foundation of the process instead of, reaching, so to speak, on a running back.
All right. And before I ask the next one, it's Green Bay hasn't engaged Ian Rappaport. Green Bay has not engaged at all, despite a few teams calling about trading for Aaron Rodgers. The Packers have no plans to trade him, so nothing has changed. So I have no idea what's happening anymore. So we're just gonna wait and see. I'm gonna stop reading tweets.
Could you imagine what the phones are like in Green Bay right now? Just
they have them on mute.
I hope so.
Stop
Otherwise,
calling.
They're not going to be able to make their pick. They're going to be too busy answering phones for other things.
Everybody's a scam call. They're just calling them. They're just flagging them now. No, Kyle. Any concerns here with the fact that as Selyan brought up in his kind of analysis of Trevor Lawrence, is that look, he was able to thrive big time at Clemson and things like that just based off of throwing 50-50 balls because he had elite talent with him. He's got good players with him, but he's going to go against equally good players, right? He doesn't, in my opinion, they don't have an elite receiver one. They've got a lot of receiver twos. Any concerns that Lawrence won't be able to boost that offense because he doesn't quite have that level of talent around him?
I'm not as much concerned. I'm a little higher on DJ Chark than most people. I don't know if you saw the report that I guess came out today that Chark gained 10 pounds and he's a little faster now. I guess that's
gain weight and you get faster. That's like an oxymoron, man. That's not right. Anybody else have that happen? No.
I wish.
Right?
Yeah, I'd run a 4.1 right now.
Good luck.
No, but
8-1.
They still
yeah, that's more accurate.
They still have some guys. I love Chenault. I think he's an absolute player. He's going to be a great player in this league. I'm a little concerned about Robinson. I wrote an article for Fantasy Six Pack saying that I kind of get the feeling that around like on pick 33, I think the Jaguars are going to end up with taking ETN, but
me too.
You just never know with these things.
I've heard a lot about that, and I think it'd be a good pick for them. Honestly, I'm not sure I'm all in on the Robinson train like a lot of people. I know he was really good, but we've seen a lot of these like 1 year kind of out of nowhere guys just be awesome, and then they just die off. And he got a lot of work, but I think they have to bring in somebody, maybe not to the level of NTN, but they've got to bring in somebody to help him. He's not going to be able to do that 2 years in a row. That's a lot of workload he had with all the passes and everything he caught as well. We do have the Jets on the clock. Sicilian, sorry. I know you kind of already gave your take on Lawrence, so I'm going to pass on you here. But with Wilson likely the pick here, what's your take on this Jets team, next season? We excited about them at all? I mean, with a new quarterback?
I think they're still missing a lot of pieces to be a successful team in general, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I think that offensive line is starting to acquire some talent. I think some of their draft picks from last year should develop a little bit. But yeah, they're still going to need a lot more. There's not much at receiver around Zach Wilson when they bring him in. The backfield is still very iffy. So that offense, I mean, he is a playmaker. He is a guy that can really electrify an offense, but there's still not enough around him. And then that defense is it's a battlefield. They gotta fix the defense. There's way too many holes all over the place.
I agree. And Wilson was indeed the pick here. So yeah, Zach Wilson. I'll be honest. I didn't see this guy play a lot. I was actually kind of surprised to see him kind of balloon up in the rankings and on the mock drafts and stuff. I mean, John, sell me on this guy, man. Like I don't really understand why he just like jumped ahead of Fields and Trey Lance, who were clearly ahead of him to start the season.
He's definitely kind of raw, but I mean, he had a really good season at BYU. He's got the arm strength, and I think it's the upside. I think he kind of falls into that Trey Lance category where we haven't seen what he has yet.
Right. Field competitions, right?
Yeah, it is. But I mean, nowadays, I mean, again, look at Josh Allen, the level of competition that was a huge
for
him, and I mean, look how that turned out. So I think the lack of competition is starting to go away a little bit. I think that crutch is starting to go away, and they're more looking at the upside and the athleticism. And I think that's really what sold the Jets on Wilson.
Yeah, and I guess with the Jets still being a bit of a project, as Selyan mentioned, this isn't a bad pick because he's a kind of a project. I mean, who knows? He could flash for year one, but he might be like Josh Allen year one, where it was a bit rough.
It's going to definitely take him some time, and like was said earlier, the weapons around him just aren't all that great. Like I think like Ty Johnson might be their running back right now. Like it's bad. Their backfield's really bad.
Are you disrespecting LaMichael P. Ryan over there?
Oh man,
maybe a little bit. No, just kidding.
I mean, they've got to address a lot of things. It's going to be pretty rough for them, unfortunately. Kyle, what's your thoughts here with Wilson there now in New York? Can he make this team be a thing in a couple of years?
I love Wilson. He's my quarterback too. I kind of agree with what Chris Sims was saying. I think he has the highest potential in this entire draft. Like I truly think he could be better than Trevor Lawrence. He reminds me, and I know people throw it around, but he reminds me a lot of like Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes. He's got a big arm. He can run. He can make the highlight plays and stuff like that. I do like the fact that the Jets spent some money last offseason on the offensive line, and they also have Mekhi Becton, who looks like a good player. I think Mims is a good player. Crowder's a serviceable player. I'm interested to see what they do with their second first-round pick. So maybe they end up with a wide receiver or something like that. Who knows?
They got to bring in an edge rusher. They've been starving for edge pressure for so long. I mean, they have to do something about it, in my opinion.
Well, every time they get one, they just trade them.
Yeah,
that's
true.
the problem.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, they don't make very wise decisions. It seems like over there, but yeah, I mean, they've got to get in some playmakers, though. I mean, just the receivers aren't really getting it done over there, so they've got to make something work here. I mean, he can throw on the run really well. He's got really good accuracy. I know that, but we'll see what happens. He's got a cannon of an arm. I know that for a fact. I've watched. That's the little bit I have seen of him. He's got a cannon for an arm, and he can throw it on the run like that far.
Is it me, or did his arm get stronger after the labrum surgery?
Yeah,
because you look at his face,
yeah.
his tape before and after, and he's got a cannon.
He had the surgery. He's hurting.
Possibly mechanics got better. There's a lot of things that can happen. Sometimes you fine tune things when you get hurt and you realize, I got to change some stuff. So, all right. So, welcome to the start of the draft, everybody. The 49ers are on the clock.
Oh man.
All right. We all talked about who we think is going to get picked. I mean, Selyan, who's getting picked here and why?
I think it's Jones. And I mean, we said that earlier. Where there's smoke, there's fire. I think Shanahan wants someone that can come in and execute his offense right away. I wouldn't think of it that way. I would probably leave Garoppolo in and take Lance or Fields and give him some time to develop. But he clearly wants someone that's accurate. He wants someone that can make all the throws, make all the reads, and throw with anticipation and timing. And that's what Mac Jones brings to the table.
Kyle, what do you got? Sell us on it, man.
I'm so torn. See, my money says Trey Lance. My heart says it should have been Justin Fields, and my mind says it's Mac Jones. I think it should be.
You sound like the 49ers.
Yeah, I do sound like the 49ers. I think it's going to be Trey Lance, someone that has a lot more upside, someone that I guess the front office is kind of split. Like Shanahan wants Mac Jones, front office wants this. They just don't really know. I think since they have Jimmy Garoppolo, they're kind of in a win now type state. I think Lance is probably a pick in my mind. Someone that has more upside and can sit back, develop, watch Jimmy, can potentially play if he does get hurt because, him, he has a track record of getting hurt.
It would be an ideal situation. I'm with you.
Yeah.
They're just going to blow us all the way and take Kyle Pitts. I
got a buddy who put money on that.
Really?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Nuts.
All right. Bob.
What's up?
Who are you thinking here?
I still think Fields, man. I think this whole thing is the biggest smokescreen ever to hit the NFL draft.
All right.
I'm thinking Fields. I think Trey Lance makes the second most sense to me because they have Jimmy G under a big contract for another year. Trey Lance can sit and develop, do his thing, actually take reps. He only played, 16 games or something like that? Not a ton. And so I just think Fields would be my pick here. I think Fields has been supremely disrespected through this whole process. But again, where there's smoke, maybe there's fire, but I'm thinking smoke screen on this one. We'll see.
John?
I'm sticking with Lance. I think we're all kind of all over the place with this, but I'm sticking with Trey Lance. He also fits the system that they run there, and his just upside is just ridiculous. I'm sticking with Lance.
I'm with Selyan. I think it's going to be Jones, and it's going to be probably one of the dumbest trades ever. They did not need to trade up for him.
That's another reason you have to move on.
Shanahan wants his guy. You know, the team can win now if they get a quarterback that can actually play in his system.
Is Mac Jones that much better than Garoppolo, though? I mean,
yeah. No, I totally agree with you.
I mean, he probably is, but to move all that stuff all the way up for him, I
100% agree, man.
He just has one better ACO.
Right.
You gotta be there.
I hope it's somebody else. it just feels weird that it's gonna be Mac Jones, and we'll see here. The pick is in. Everybody's clapping. Well, I guess maybe I'm not that far ahead. I thought somebody would comment something here.
Oh,
come on, Jeff.
I know.
Are we that far ahead?
I know what it is.
I'll wait for Jeff to change the scroll. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's all quarterback here.
Mm-hmm.
But while we are waiting, I'm gonna let everybody know we got some guests coming on soon. Starting with pick 5, we got some guests from Fantasy Six Pack. We got Rudy Gamble from Razzball. We got Chris Allen from 4 for 4. Jason Sarney is live at the draft, a fanatic Dolphins fan. And then later on, Matt Hicks as well from the NFL Draft Bible. And whoa, baby, Trey Lance.
Wow.
They did it.
Yes,
John
sir.
got it right. I mean, that's the right pick in my opinion. I think they need to go with, I've heard comparisons. I haven't watched really any tape on this guy. I've seen some flash, plays here and there, but I've heard that he is Mahomes, who is it with an arm?
Cam?
Oh, dang it. Now I'm totally blanking on it. I should have looked that up before I started talking.
I mean, there's got to be something special about him if he's still going to go 3, and he played one game this past season and then had his pro day, and they basically scheduled that one game so people can see him. So
Taysom Hill with arm talent. That's what I meant to say. Sorry. I've heard that before. I've heard that not from what I'm reading, but I've heard that on the radio. I've heard that from other places as well. I don't watch a lot of tape on this guy. Kyle, what do you see with him? Is that out of the question?
I haven't watched tremendous amounts of tape. I'm not really sure how to feel about him. I know he's mobile. I know a lot of people like him. He's got high upside. He's probably the most raw quarterback of, I guess you would call the top 5, the Jones, Lawrence, and all that. I'm not really sure. I know he fits the system pretty well, but I don't know. I don't know how they feel about him, how I feel about him. I'm not sold on him. I would have rather had Justin Fields at this spot, but that's just me.
I also don't think they need to rush him. I think a lot of the reports of them wanting to keep Jimmy G kind of goes along with them taking Lance, because now he can sit and learn, and he can just take everything in.
It does make a lot of sense, actually. And you know what? If he wows in camp, then, just bonus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Selyan, what's your thoughts here?
Yeah, I really like it because it makes a ton of sense based on their scheme, and it's really going to open up the playbook compared to what Garoppolo was able to do. I mean, Lance can throw on the run. He's accurate on all 3 levels. He's been dealing with pretty large windows, you could say, in the FCS if you watch this film. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he adapts to throwing with more important timing, we'll say, in the NFL. And quicker reads, but the traits are unbelievable. He's got a live arm. He's really physical on the run, even though you're going to want him to tone down a bit of that physicality. That's why I kind of hunched at the Taysom Hill comparison, because Taysom Hill is a heck of a physical ball carrier.
He is.
And when you watch Trey Lance's film, he is tough to bring down. There's like several clips of him carrying 2-3 defenders with him. So that was kind of a funny comparison. But yeah, he's got insane traits in terms of pocket movement and mobility as well. So really going to expand the offense for the 49ers.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see him run. Maybe they can run a little bit more read option there. Shanahan likes his pro style quarterbacks, but he's going to have to change things up with Lance. So it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts as well. So obviously we are to another interesting pick in my book, and it's the Falcons. I've heard quarterback. I've heard Kyle Pitts. I've heard receiver. I've heard trade. We have no idea what the Falcons
About every option you could possibly
pretty
make.
much.
Go through the checklist.
I mean, Bob, what's your thoughts here? I know you guys in the mock here seem to have gone pretty heavy and changed around windows too much. So in the mock, just to remind you guys, it was a bunch of Kyle Pitts, and then Selyan had Trey Lance, so that's not happening. So maybe you go Mac Jones now. But you know what's the thoughts here now that we're here at the time of the pick? You still going Pitts?
I see in my mock, I had Fields still stuck at 3. It's tough. Like I said, where does he go now? That's my takeaway from the
Kyle. You're not
pick.
right. He's not dropping to the Patriots. Stop it.
I think there's a chance they move up for this guy.
I hope so.
I've heard that rumor.
You
I
know
hope
that
so. Number 8.
there was rumors trading up to here. There was rumors trading up to 8. Where is he going? If he's not in San Fran, he's going to be. People love this guy. There's no way. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah, I've heard a trade with Panthers or the Broncos, something like that.
So
yeah,
it's
where he's kind of. That's where that's about as far as he goes. I feel like.
Could you imagine? I don't want to hear Patriots fans tomorrow.
I'll be all over Twitter. It'll be awesome. It'll be delicious.
Delicious. Oh man. If it's not Fields, I guess what you're thinking now that Fields was passed, that they might take a stab at him.
I think that either that or possibly that this is prime opportunity that they could get a huge haul for somebody to come trade up. They could get 2 firsts, their first back. This could be a huge, huge trade down for them to really actually, start adding some draft capital and rebuilding that team, because they're not a piece away from being relevant again. They're just not.
No.
You get that extra pick next year and run it back with Matt Ryan, and if it fails, then you have 2 first-round picks next year to play with and go and get a guy next year. So It's not a bad option.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Like if they do, somehow trade Matt Ryan. I don't see that really happening at this point. But I don't see that. Although I keep seeing trade scenarios where he's involved with it, and I'm just going like, who's taking that contract? And it just doesn't make any sense. But the pick is in here, so let's see who it is. Oh, we got more tweets. Jeff, you're blowing me up, man. I can't keep up with you. Only so much I can do all at the same time, man, and my computer's not that fast. So, all right, let's see this last one that he sent. We got a tweet from Mike Garofalo. I just found 2 minutes ago, Trey Lance to the 49ers. Kept this one tight. Yep. Okay, so we know that one. Thanks, Jeff. Love you too, man. Wish you could share some of those comments on air. That'd be pretty funny. Adam Schefter, yep. Oh, yeah. 49ers did not tell their coaches or scouts their pick. Interesting. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced. That's interesting. They didn't tell their coaches?
Not any of them?
Yeah.
What? Not even Shanahan?
You mean Shanahan
knew, but not the coordinators. None of the coordinators.
Oh, okay. All right. I was going to say, like, that doesn't seem weird. All right. So the pick is in, and it is – wait, flip it. Ah, come on.
Do it. Coward.
I know. Keeps giving me the hold on. I don't want to hold on. I'm going to ruin your surprise. Kyle is clearly ahead of us here because he's typing in the private chat all the time.
There it is.
So we got Kyle Pitts. So, all right. I mean, hey, this was a very tight end friendly offense a couple of years ago. Even last year it was sort of tight end friendly. Not as much as we hoped it would be, me included. But, they had their moments. What can Kyle Pitts do? And of course, year one tight ends, you got to be a little leery on. Kyle.
I think this guy's just a complete game changer. I'm completely throwing out the whole first-round tight end thing. I don't think it applies to this guy. He's basically a wide receiver in a tight end's body. He does have some concerns with blocking, but I just think, with all those weapons, Julio, Calvin Ridley, Russell Gage, all that, Matt Ryan, I think every player on that offense is a first-round pick, if I'm not mistaken. So I think just with all the weapons, I think he's going to fit in nicely. I think I think you could fire him up as a tight end 1 in fantasy this year.
I agree.
I think that's his upside.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting. Stay away from rookie tight ends, but he might be the one exception in my book. He's like, I keep hearing he's a wide receiver and a tight end, just playing tight end. But, look, if he can't block, then there's going to be something to that. Like he won't stay on the field as much, but maybe they just play, different personnel and they can walk him out wide. Selyan, what's your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think if you're drafting Kyle Pitts, you're not drafting Kyle Pitts to block and play in line. You're drafting him to run him out
but
wide.
Tight ends don't stay on the field as much if they can't block. But that's changed over the last couple seasons.
And honestly, he has improved his blocking he knows that's a part of his game. I've watched a couple interviews he did with a bunch of different people, and he has said that that's the part of his game he's been focusing on the most for the past year, because he is such an elite athlete. He's explosive. He runs routes like a receiver. So much nuance in his routes, actually, which is pretty impressive for tight end prospects. But yeah, the blocking, I think, isn't as bad as people are making it, and also isn't why you're going to draft Kyle Pitts.
Yeah. Bob, what's your kind of take here on him and upside or possible floor with him, really?
First thought was, how long does it take for Hayden Hurst to be the number 1 drop trend on Sleeper? But no, I like the pick. I like the pick. Man. I like the pick. I think they're going to, it's one of those things. If you can make a good offense better, why not? Mm-hmm. This is going to really open up that offense, give Artie Smith a whole new bag of tricks to play with. Hayden Hurst was fine, but Kyle Pitts is a whole lot better.
How about that red zone? You roll out Ridley, Julio, and Pitts in the red zone. Like, good luck defending that in the red zone.
Julio will now never score a touchdown in the red zone.
Yeah, that's
purely a distraction.
Yeah. Right. All right. Well, we got our first guest on here, and let's bring him on. It is Davis Peng from Fantasy Six Pack, our best ball specialist. What is up, man? How's it going?
It's going good. How you guys doing today?
Good. We're doing all right. Having a good time, drinking some beer, talking some fantasy football and NFL draft. So you're on here to talk about the Bengals. Where do you think they're headed, man?
After looking at Joe Burrow's scar, I really hope they go Penei Sewell. I don't think he wants a matching one. I know a lot of people are looking at, Chase, but their O-line is just terrible, like atrocious. You have a right tackle they just added in Riley Reif, who's 32. You got a left tackle in Williams, and I don't even want to name the other 3 guys. I think they have to go O-line. If they don't, then possibly at Chase.
Yeah, pretty much it's split between O-line and wide receiver here on the mock draft between all the guys that you're hanging out here with. John, you kind of got left out at the end there. Where do you think they're headed now that we've seen the draft unfold a little bit?
They got to go O-line. As much as they want to pair Chase with Burrow again, like LSU days, you got to protect your franchise quarterback. It's hard to get one nowadays, and like Davis said, coming off that ACL, you got to protect him. And Sewell's good. Sewell's really good. He's a mauler. He'll block. So I think that's where they go. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Chase, but I would put some money on Sewell.
And he's athletic. If you guys ever watch Sewell play, he's just completely athletic. He gets off the balls and screens. He's just an all-around pass and run blocker. You just have to grab him. Otherwise, you're expecting another beaten-up QB.
Yeah, I agree. I think they have to go O-line here. I think they've got enough wide receivers there to make it work. I think Chase might, drop a couple spots here. I wouldn't be surprised if Miami takes them, honestly. But I think they have to go O-line here. The O-line has been abysmal for a few years, and we saw what happened last year with bad O-line. Their star quarterback got hurt. So, Selyan, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think I agree. It's what I would do as well. There is a narrative to going Chase over Sewell, even though I might not agree with it. I mean, their main issue on the O-line right now is on the interior. They have very, very little talent on the interior. I think none of them were day 2 picks, and none of them have actually had much success in their career. But Riley Reif and Jonah Williams are actually okay placeholders for now if you want to invest in free agency later. But yeah, if you're gonna take interior linemen, you're not gonna do it with 4, so you might as well get him reunited with his weapon from back in college, and that's Jamar Chase. I think that's the only narrative for not taking Sewell.
I mean,
I was looking too. Then in the second round, there's going to be some of these wide receivers available if they really want another weapon for them. There's no reason they can't grab one early in the second, where some of these guys will be available. So it's not terrible if they pass on Chase here.
So I wanted to ask you guys, and Kyle, you can answer first here. So I keep hearing that this is a very deep wide receiver class again, just like last year. But like I also hear that a lot of these guys are undersized. They're fast, but they're undersized. Like, is it really deep, or is it just deep within comparison of all the guys that are in this class?
I think it's not as deep as last year, that's for sure. Last year, there was some fantastic guys, but guys like Rondale Moore stand out a lot, Kadarius Toney, Jaylen Waddle, DeVonta Smith. There's some great guys. I mean, we haven't seen a Heisman Trophy winning wide receiver in
That's true.
God knows how long.
Although he weighs less than I do, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that is a concern. I think I saw a stat, something like the last wide receiver with his BMI to go over 1,000 yards was Deshaun Jackson.
Wow.
And we know how his career is gone. He's dealing with injuries and all that, stuff like that. So we'll see. But I think he's a special talent, and I really hope he works out. I've heard some rumors about him potentially going to the Patriots as well, but hopefully it's Justin Fields.
Cool. All right, well, so the pick is in here, and it was indeed Jamar Chase. I'm shocked. I don't know how they didn't address O-line here in round 1. I mean, Bob, what is this? This is the wrong pick.
This is tough. I mean, if they think this somehow opens up their offense, that they can get the ball out quicker, I don't think it does personally. Chase ain't really that type of guy. He's not a separator, in my opinion. He's more just that go up and get it guy. He's more of the physical player. So I don't think he's a guy who's going to get off the line quick and be open. So for me, maybe you have to adjust coverage to help other guys get off the line quick and get open. But this is tough for me, a tough pill to swallow for my Joe Burrow shares, worrying that he is just going to get his head knocked off all next season again.
Yeah, Davis, what's your thoughts here? You're the Bengals guy here for us.
After really thinking about it, when I saw Riley Reif on that roster, it was a good point. He's a placeholder. I was hoping he'd just be a depth add. So with Chase, I think it's a good pick in the sense of Burrow's fantasy output. And he's getting CJ Uzomah back, which I'm probably the only guy that ever announces his name. But he is a pass blocking tight end, and he's graded above 76 for multiple years with PFF. So maybe they think that's enough. So it's going to be interesting. I don't really like rookie wide receivers in this kind of set, especially when 2 other talents are on board and a run game on board. He'll probably be fantasy relevant, but I'm not selecting him early.
Yeah, I mean, we saw receivers. I should have had the depth chart up. What's his name? Have luck last year for the Bengals as a rookie. So
T. Higgins.
Higgins.
Higgins. Thank you. I mean, I think it's possible. I think he could be good, despite a lot of competition there. That's kind of the only worry. So yeah, they all kind of get a little bump down, unfortunately, because I think of the competition. I don't know, Kyle, you agree with that?
Yeah, it's kind of making me a little nervous about my T. Higgins shares, because that's definitely a guy that I think he was my number 2 out of that draft class, like in terms of how I would rate them from fantasy. Obviously, Justin Jefferson is just totally different from everybody else in my mind, but I don't really like this pick. I think they needed to go Penei Sewell here. I don't know. I agree with what Bob was saying. Contested catch kind of guy. I think he is an elite wide receiver, but in terms of fantasy, it's going to be tough unless they draft an O lineman with their second round pick.
All right. All right. Well, Davis, glad to have you on. I think you're here back in pick 9 with the Broncos if they don't trade it. So stay tuned, and we'll bring you on then. We've got our next guy on here soon. Hopefully it's working for him. He said he was having a little connection issues. Jason, you there? Hopefully this works. It's struggling, it looks like. He's live at the draft, so I'm not going to guarantee this one works here. Looks like he's having a little bit of connection issues.
Oh, he's waiting for Sewell.
We hear it. Jason, you there, man? I think it's like being in a stadium. Too many cell phones. It's not going to work, unfortunately. But we had a big Dolphins fan here, so hopefully it works. Jason, I'll tweet me, dude, if you're having better connection issues. But probably bouncy here just for a second. But yeah, all right. So what are we thinking now with the Dolphins? And, I think Chase was a big popular one. So DeVonta Smith, we've seen Jaylen Waddle go in mocks for him. Are we still locked in at receiver, or is it possible that they take Sewell now and bolster an offensive line?
I mean, you can almost make the same case to take, Smith and pair him back again with Tua, similar to what Chase and Burrow just did. But I don't know how you can't take Sewell. I mean, same reason that they with Burrow and his ACL, you have Tua with the big hip injury. It's another guy you got to protect.
Yep. Totally agree. I think Tua can take a big step forward if he gets some weapons around him, so they need the receiver. But again, he needs to be protected. Selyan, what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think this pick could be very interesting. If they go wide receiver, it could be one of the two Bama guys, as you said, John. But I think what could be really fun is if they bring in Jaylen Waddle. They already brought in Will Fuller, who's a big-time vertical threat if he can stay healthy. You add Waddle to the other side. Then you got Parker and Preston Williams, who are big go-up-and-get-it receivers. This receiving corp would start to look very legit. And they've got the speed to keep things open for the running game as well. So I don't know who they're going to add, but if it's Waddle, I'd be pretty excited for that offense.
Yeah, so, we've seen Chase. I've heard of Waddle. I've heard Smith, right? And a lot of they're all pretty up there. What's so the pick is Waddle. Sorry, I'm a little behind here. Getting my TV's so far behind, but the pick is Jaylen Waddle. Why was he the pick over DeVonta Smith, John?
I think he's a little bit more of the complete package. I think DeVonta Smith might be a little bit more of a one-trick pony. I think, Waddle's proven in college that he can do it all. And, he's that guy. He can be that alpha one, and he's got really, really good hands, which I think is going to help with a quarterback who can be a little inaccurate in times in Tua.
Yeah. Bob, any other thoughts?
Yeah, this one kind of surprised me. I think the reason Smith doesn't come off the board here, I think there are questions about his size. And I think that is going to push him down boards until they have a, offensive-minded coach or an OC that can actually use him in space. That's not what they got going on down in Miami right now. They don't have a very creative offense. Waddle is a good pick. Somebody who can get off the line quick, get separation right away, super explosive. My one thing is how this is going to impact the rest of the draft. This wide receiver run, starting at pick 5, is starting to look more like a fantasy draft and less like a NFL draft to me. I think
we haven't had a defensive prospect yet.
Yeah, and that was something I was going to mention was all the disrespect to defense in.
I saw you had that question. I didn't get to it, unfortunately.
No, you're good. It's just interesting to me that there's just nothing in it. Micah Parsons is usually the first or second with Surtain at 10, and then Parsons at 15, and then it's the back half is all littered with defense. And honestly, it's kind of looking like that's going to be the case at this point.
Yeah. No, I mean, I like this pick. I think Waddle was a playmaker, and he's got a little bit more bulk to him, so I do like it a little bit over Smith. But let's bring in our next guest here, and it is Mr. Director of Dynasty Baseball, Dave Eddy. What is up, brother?
Oh man, happy that Sewell's on the board.
I mean, so I'm guessing that's who you think they're going to go for, or who you hope they go for, Mr. Hometown Lions fan?
I am happy with a lot of people that aren't named Justin Fields.
Not a Fields fan?
No, I'm not. Doesn't help that.
I
we
mean, I
went to
know you're a
Ohio
Michigan
State.
fan, so
Yeah.
but besides that, put that aside a little bit. Like, any chance you could get on board with Fields? Like, is he a good enough quarterback for you?
I mean, if he doesn't suck, then yeah, that would be fine. But you know, he just wasn't good in big moments at Ohio State. And, you know, it's not like the Lions are going to be able to surround him with a lot of talent. So, you know, he would kind of have to lead the charge. And I don't see that happening. I highly doubted that Trey Lance was going to make it this far, but I was, you know, kind of holding out hope there. But, I mean, Sewell is the guy that I was praying for. If Sewell left, I'd have been fine with Slater. Sewell, Slater are still there. I wouldn't be shocked if they go Fields, but I don't know that that's the right call.
Yeah, Selyan, what's your thoughts here with this pick?
Yeah, I think this could go a bunch of different ways. I kind of agree. I think offensive line would make sense. Offensive tackle would make sense for the Lions. They could go Fields. He kind of fits that whole new mentality they're trying to build with the toughness thing. I think Fields is the first thing that comes to mind when you think of Justin Fields right now is toughness. But I do think they could go on the defensive side of the ball, maybe a Micah Parsons or a cornerback after letting go of Darius Slay last year.
Yeah, I mean, on your big board, you've got guys like Jaycee Horn and Parsons and Surtain. You've got them way up there compared to mocks. So you're rating these guys much higher than where the mocks are taking them and things like that. So, is it? I guess in your opinion, like if you were a GM, you'd be going after these guys a lot higher.
I guess so. It really depends on what you need, but yeah, the big board's more of a representation of the value and the level of the player, more so of than the need and where they are compared to the class, I guess.
I mean,
but yeah, this is definitely an opportunity to get a top defensive player.
No offense, Dave, but the Lions need a lot of help everywhere: receiver, corner, tackle, linebacker, you name it. They need it. So yeah, any of those guys would probably be good.
No, I mean legit. There's not a position that they could take that they couldn't upgrade. So, but seriously though, like they could have, if Kyle Pitts was there, they would have taken Kyle Pitts. That's an upgrade. I mean, and of course they just took Hawkinson, of course. But yeah, you're right. Anywhere that they go is going to be a player that's going to help them. I just would be surprised, with Brad Holmes in there, Dan Campbell in there. They got Chris Spielman, part of their brain trust. That just to me screams Penei Sewell. That's the kind of player that I think that, they want to start building with.
Yeah, and Christopher Cole here. Goff is a statue. Get Sewell to protect him. Does not play well under pressure. Got to give Goff time. So, and they indeed did pick Penei Sewell. I think that's the pick. Yeah. Dave, you approve?
I mean, that's the first thing I said, wasn't it? I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good building block. I mean, like you said, Trey Lance, would have been ideal. He obviously wasn't there. So next best thing is, build that O-line. Give Swift, more chances, hopefully, to help break out, protect Goff until we, get our actual quarterback of the future in there. I'm assuming, next year in the draft.
Yeah, it'll be interesting here. But all right, Dave, appreciate you coming on. The Lions trade back into the draft. You coming back on, or you calling it quits for the night?
If they trade back up, yeah, I'll run back downstairs. I'll hop on again for sure, man.
Jump back on, man. Let us know. All right, man. Glad to have you on. And if you guys don't know, check out his Dynasty Baseball podcast on Tuesday nights.
It's normally Tuesday nights. I'm going to the home opener for the Lansing Lugnuts here in town. It's a Tuesday night, so we're actually going to be pushing next week's back to Wednesday at 8:00 live.
Slacker. All right, man.
I know, man. I got to be all professional.
All right. Have a good night, man. Talk to you later.
Enjoy the rest of the draft, guys.
All right, guys. So now we've got the Cardinals on the clock. Sorry, Carolina Panthers.
I'm
like, trade.
I know. I was like, wait a minute, what happened?
I was saying cut, and then I just spit it out. Anyway, Carolina Panthers, and of course we know that they traded for Darnold. Thank you. I had Teddy Bridgewater on the mind because he's the guy traded earlier in the day. But so they traded for Darnold. So I guess they had their quarterback. I'm not sure I'm buying it. John, you look like you got some thoughts there. I mean, you think they could go quarterback here?
I think they can. I actually think they might go defense, though. I kind of like Parsons here for them. But it would not surprise me if they go Fields. I mean, I've seen Darnold play a lot. I mean, he's got the talent. Part of it might have been that coaching staff he was under. I mean, he's definitely going to step in and play with the best weapons he's had so far in his career. So.
Maybe just a little. Selyan, what's your thoughts on where the Panthers go?
I think they could go back-to-back tackle here. Obviously, they're going to give Greg Little a shot, but the good thing about drafting a guy like Rashawn Slater could be that he could play left tackle, right tackle, or even move inside a guard. So you'd be getting a good asset to try and protect Sam Darnold, which we saw was an issue for the Jets. If you're going to trade for him, you better make sure you can protect him. So that could be one of the moves. They could also be going cornerback here. They don't have a ton of high-level corners on their roster, so that's also a possibility.
I mean, their defense in general is pretty suspect. Kyle, or actually, Bob, let's go with you. Defense. This defense is pretty suspect. Like, we thinking they could go defense here and bolster that side of the ball up?
Absolutely. I agree with all of Selyan's points. Offensive line would be a great spot. Corner would be a great spot. Linebacker would almost be kind of a luxury pick for them. Compared to their needs, I should say. But if they happen to go Parsons here, that would make that defense look pretty nasty. They'd have a nice young core between Parsons, Chin, and Brian Burns, and then Yetur Gross-Matos. Last year, they went 7 for 7 on defensive picks. They could keep that train rolling right here, right now. I'm curious to see where they land. A corner would be pretty awesome, would be helpful, especially in that division where you have so many elite wide receivers. Tampa Bay has 2 or 3 or 4, depending on the week. Then you got Michael Thomas, so on and so forth. So Julio, now Kyle Pitts to deal with. That is a nasty division that you need some corners to play some ball against.
Yeah, no doubt. Kyle, thoughts here on the pick?
I think a guy like Jaycee Horn makes a lot of sense. Like Bob was saying, the wide receivers in that division are just outstanding, probably the best in football all around combined. It's interesting because Sam Darnold's 5th-year option didn't get picked up, if I'm not mistaken, yet. So maybe we could see a quarterback, maybe Justin Fields, maybe Mac Jones, or like Selyan was saying, potentially draft a offensive lineman like Slater. That makes a ton of sense as well.
I'm a little bit surprised that we're not seeing any trade talk because there are 2 quarterbacks on the board, and there are some quarterback-needy teams in the league that might want to hop in front of other teams. So I'm a bit surprised right now.
I don't disagree with you there. And John, apparently you got some splaining to do, man.
It is not a wine cooler. I get my camera here. It's a sour, all right? It is Purple Rain.
All right.
From Steelbound. It is not a wine cooler or Hawaiian Punch. All right. I appreciate the banter, though.
For those who are wondering, I usually share my beers on the Fantasy Six-Pack Hour, which we do on Thursday nights with my co-host AJ Albergarth. I'm drinking an Other Half Patchwork version 3 Imperial IPA, 8.2%. So got a good one down already. There's another good one coming. I'm waiting for a guest who's a beer connoisseur to pull out my next one. So it should be a good pick here. Jason said I'm back in, but he's not in here now. He's already left. Okay, who knows? I don't know what's going on with Jason. We'll figure this stuff out. So it'd be a good time. All right. Oh, there's Jason. Let's quick while we're waiting. Let's get his quick thoughts on the Dolphins pick. Jason, you there, man?
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm finally here. Sorry about that.
All right, quick thoughts on the Dolphins pick that just happened. We got to move on.
Thrilled. Love it. Absolutely ecstatic. I'll try to get my math showing here.
Oh, you're all good,
did not
man.
want
you get
offensive lineman. So I was very thrilled. I did want Jamar Chase, but he was taken.
Yeah.
The second I heard it, I jumped. So I'm thrilled.
Nice, man. Glad you're happy, and hopefully you can find some connection later when the Dolphins have the 18th pick, man.
I will do my best. I'm not going anywhere, though, guys.
All right, man. Have a good time,
Have
and
a great
enjoy
one.
the draft. Peace out.
Take care.
All right, had to get him on here. He was supposed to be on a couple of picks ago. Yeah, he's literally there in Cleveland. We got
boots on the ground.
Yeah, hopefully we got another guest coming on later. He's a Cleveland native, and we will hopefully have him on. He told me he's a maybe, so we'll hopefully get him on here. It'll be a good time with him. But yeah, so Panthers pick. It looks like it's not. It looks like we've got a commercial break nonsense here. So they're gonna let this one go all the way down to the 0 timer.
Pretty cool that their fans back at the draft after everything virtual last year and everything.
I get it.
It's a little bit of normalcy.
Yeah, we'll see though. I mean, like I wouldn't be one bit surprised if it was a trade. I mean, they could get a haul here, like you guys were saying, and we mentioned it earlier. Like teams that need to move up to hit that quarterback. Fields is still sitting there. He's a guy who's going to be coveted in this 8, 9, possibly 10 range. You get a haul for somebody like him, and it wouldn't surprise me one bit. The Panthers think that they've got it figured out. With quarterback possibly. So we'll see. But I mean, apparently the pick is in, so there's no trade here. It looks like.
They were probably fielding a lot of calls though.
Oh, I bet, no doubt. So do we know who it is yet? Not yet. Nobody knows. Kyle trying to at me. That doesn't work. It just get a little red symbol here. Yeah, and then they're stringing this one along big time. It sounds like there was a whole lot of trade talk and a whole lot of thoughts about Justin Fields, but maybe it's not Justin Fields. As Kyle sent me a tweet, and but they're not gonna take Justin Fields. So
this is unreal.
Ooh.
I'm just shocked that they didn't. The best offensive lineman isn't there. Defense? I mean, I don't know. They traded Samuel. Maybe they go receiver. Who knows? We'll see here in just a second.
Jaycee Horn.
It's Jaycee Horn now.
All right. So Jaycee Horn. So yeah, defense
is an awesome pick for them.
Beautiful.
They needed it. They needed it badly. So
I mean, he's already going to have that mentality of you're going up against the one, much like he did in college. He went up against the best wide receivers in college. He's going to do the same thing in the NFL. He's my CB1 in this class, and it's not that close, in my opinion. But it's an awesome pick. I think they nailed it.
Yeah, I love.
Selyan, what's your thoughts here, man?
Yeah, I 100% love this pick. I think this guy, by his second season, can be a star cornerback that follows every top receiver in that division around on the field and travels with them. I think he's physical. He plays press man, and I think that's the number one thing scouts want to see from a cornerback, and he does it at such a high level. Yep. He's going to be so fun to watch in the NFL. And I mean, son of Joe Horn, he's got the NFL pedigree. He's a hard worker. I mean, everything. He ticks every box for an NFL cornerback.
I think with the division that they're in too, they were almost backed into kind of having to take that shutdown corner. Like it was touched on earlier. I mean, the guys in that division that Horn's going to have to go up against is kind of like the talent he was going up against in college. So, like Bob said, it's a really good fit.
Yep.
All right, so we are with the Broncos, and we're going to bring back guest Davis Pang. Davis, welcome back, man. Got your picks in early here. Seems like you're a pretty big Broncos fan. I don't know if it's just a fantasy thing or whatnot, but so you're here for the Broncos. Where do you think they're headed here with this pick?
Shoot, before this, I was going to say probably Rashawn Slater, but I think it is going QB, man. As much as I like Locke, it's going to be between those two. Jaycee Horn was also on that list because they went to do a no-fly zone. They added 2 cornerbacks this offseason, but most likely going to be a QB or Rashawn Slater because their biggest weakness right now is their right tackle. He's only played 3 games out of 32. Their right guard and their center, who is, a third-round player that didn't do so well. So it's between the two. What do you think, Selyan?
Yeah, that's who I mocked to the Broncos, actually. Rashawn Slater, I think he's a great fit. As you said, they have needs on the interior and at right tackle, and I think he's got versatility to possibly plug in at both spots. So based on what they see from him during the preseason, they can adjust and play him wherever they see, but they think it fits best.
So interestingly enough, John, you had Justin Fields slip into them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing you're still thinking that's going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, even with the Rodgers talk, I mean, it could save them a lot of capital taking him. I mean, he's there. Why not?
Yeah, you get a cheap, good young quarterback. You can build around that for years to come. That's we've seen plenty of Super Bowl winners have those guys that are year 2, 3 that are just awesome. So Fields could be that guy. I'm not a big Ohio State quarterback guy, but I've seen them in years. Just again, not produce under pressure. And I forget which one of you said it. Was it you, Bob, that kind of said that, you watch these guys in tape, and when it's the big moment, they don't produce. And Fields is kind of the same way. No, I forget. Maybe it was Dave, but he's also an Ohio State hater. There's
definitely the stigma out there of Ohio State quarterbacks. I mean, Fields might be able to break that. I mean, he had a really good run this past national championship. I mean, that game against Clemson, he took that shot to the ribs early, broke those ribs, and still didn't play the rest of the game. But yeah, I mean, in the back of my head, I mean, it's still the stigma of all the Ohio State quarterbacks of the past that have just not produced time and time again.
I think a real sneaky pick here is actually Micah Parsons.
Okay.
I think Vic Fangio has been looking for a guy to really plug in on that defense. And I know he's kind of an oddball with linebackers. He's not going to take anybody that isn't elite. And I think Parsons kind of fits that mold that he wants. He'd basically take over as a great blitzing linebacker. He'd take over for Josie Jewell more than likely. And he'd be able to do what he does 100 times better.
Well, that makes a ton of sense, especially with Von Miller, turning 32, 33 off of an ACL tear. I had that idea in my mind too.
Yeah, they can go a lot of ways here, and I don't think it's going to really hurt them necessarily where they go. And they're not, especially with the division they're in with KC, they're not necessarily in a win now mode. I mean, obviously, unless you get a Rodgers, but you can kind of take a Fields and sit. You can take a Parsons and let them develop and mold in that defense. So, I mean, it's kind of an open book right here for them.
Yeah, I mean, so any thoughts on them trading back because maybe they don't feel like they don't need the quarterback, so they've got 2 they can kind of fall back on, at least one, maybe one of them works out. Any thoughts on a trade? And I'm going to bounce for a second and reload and while you guys talk, and then hopefully the pick will be up. So you guys have at it.
Yeah, I think we could definitely see a trade. I mean, still have Fields and Mac Jones on the board and a bunch of QB needy teams. I think they could get good capital for this pick. And yeah, either a trade. If they don't want a quarterback, they're definitely going to field some calls. Now, if they want one of the quarterbacks, then obviously they won't. But they're definitely going to look into what they can get in return for the pick.
Yep. I think they're in a position where they can kind of, pick whatever they want as a support guy. They can definitely see if Drew Lock is the guy or not, or if it's Teddy Bridgewater. And whoever they pick isn't going to be a world beater that's going to take them to a Super Bowl unless they end up with Rodgers down the road. For me, it's kind of let's get him all the weapons we can. Let's build this team. And if they're not the guy, we'll be picking around here next year.
I got to imagine the phone's going to be ringing these next couple picks because, I mean, if you look down the list, I mean, you have Philly sitting there who's kind of got a question at quarterback, but, Dallas and the Giants with the next 2 picks, they're probably not taking quarterback. So, the phone's got to be ringing.
It's probably going to be.
No, I mean, with the whole Daniel Jones thing 2 years ago, you never know what the Giants are going to do.
Right.
You know what it's all lining up for, fellas, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Justin Fields.
Oh, it's all lining up for Justin Fields, baby.
I don't hate it, man.
Is it going to break your heart if he goes to Minnesota right before you?
Oh, I'd be pissed.
Yes, I would be. Yeah.
I'd rather him be in Patriot land.
No, not here.
Well, I'm living on cloud 9 right now. So far, I had that Jaycee horn prop that I posted on Fantasy Six Pack.
Yep.
4-1 to be the first defensive player off the board. So I had the Trey Lance to be picked 3rd.
Nice.
I'm happy right now.
Oh, the pick is in.
Ooh. It's about time.
I think whoever this pick is going to be for the next QB if Drew Lock fails out. Basically, all these picks are setting up for the next guy.
Right.
If or when Drew Lock fails out.
Yeah.
Whoa, man. I'm not on that yet. Almost there, but not that. Not yet. I'm still banging that horn for him. I think he's getting a really bad shake.
I wasn't here when you said who do you think they're taking? Do you think it's Parsons or?
I was hoping for Rashawn Slater because Juwan James has played 3 games out of 32 in the last 2 years, and they paid him a ton of money. He is really – and he will come back. They'll probably run him to the ground and then shove him in right guard for now until further notice.
It'd be a good pick.
All right, well, the pick is, in fact, in.
Yeah, I think it's
like maybe my feed caught up a little bit.
Yeah. I think my order was – yeah. It was going to be Slater, Parsons. If Horn was on the board, maybe Horn, just to reenact the old no-fly zone back in 2015,
Sure.
2014.
You think they'd add a corner even after getting Kyle Fuller in free agency?
Well, Kyle Fuller didn't have a great year, and neither did Ronald Darby. It's kind of hard, and they're pushing, 28, 29 at age? I mean, it's kind of rough.
Oh, well, you were dead right because it's Surtain.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow.
That's a pick.
They sniped the Cowboys.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, that was a perfect pick for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But hey, that's an awesome pick for them.
Maybe my boy fairly goes to them, but I would not appreciate that. I don't want to root for the Cowboys as an ex-Washington fan. Still don't like the Cowboys, so hopefully that get out of here. No.
Yeah, literally.
Bob, so thoughts real quick on this pick, for IDP standpoint, like what are we thinking with him?
So corners aren't super valuable in IDP, but Patrick Surtain brings a whole different style of game to the cornerback position. He's actually a guy that really participates in run support. He'll come up and make tackles. He'll come up and cover the slot and shade with the slot and all that. And for me, he's actually probably in terms of IDP, he's probably the best corner in this class. Because like I said, he'll actually come up and make tackles and participate in run support. And when he comes up to tackle you, he will tackle you through the ground. And that's one thing for him that is pretty not seen a lot at the corner position. Yeah. So for me, I think he's going to start day one. Honestly, I think it's going to be between him and whoever dukes it out between Darby and Fuller. I would lean Fuller. I think Fuller is a better corner. But this is an interesting pick. Honestly, I like it though. It's a good pick.
All right, Davis, last second thoughts here, and then before you go, let everybody know where they can find you on Twitter and all that good stuff.
As a Miami Dolphins fan, I'm going to tell the Broncos fans to be careful with Juwan James. I don't know how many games he's going to play, but I do like the pick overall because they are trying to play their secondary. They have a very strong secondary with Kareem Jackson and Simmons. They want to stop the air. They just want to stop that ball from going through the skies. So it's a good pick in the grand scheme.
Yeah, in that conference too.
Cool. All right, man. Well, have a good night, Davis, and we will check out all his stuff on Fantasy Six Pack, all the best ball stuff coming up here. His rankings are coming out in a week or so. So have a good night, man.
Thanks for having me, guys. Have a good one.
All right, so right back into the next guest here. We're bringing on Rudy Gamble from Razzball. What's up, man? Welcome to the party. Oh, you on mute? Unmute. Yeah, you got to unmute, man.
Oh, yep.
Rudy, unmute.
Sorry. I made this. Sorry, I cursed like the first 10 seconds. It's a little thing. So I keep it on mute.
Family friendly. It's fine. Censored yourself. It's cool.
I'm happy right now. I mean, Jaylen Waddle would have been a fun ad, but I was very skeptical the Giants were going wide receiver after after bringing in Galladay, they've got two guys in Shepard and Slayton that I think are solid 2 and 3s. So I saw this as it was always going to be defense, or if they can get a guy like Slater who they could slot into guard. And I didn't think they'd go cornerback after spending on Jackson. So this part's great. I don't know exactly. I had Dallas just going Surtain. So I don't. Their DNA over the last decade has been, you'd say they'll go Slater, but they have. I don't know. I mean, I don't think they'll go with Farley with the back issues.
So Jeff just put something in our private chat here about how the Dallas is likely to trade out of the number 10 spot.
That makes perfect
sense. So this makes a lot of sense, honestly.
Someone's got to get Fields. I don't know. How does Denver not take Fields?
The Eagles just traded up. Sorry to interrupt you, but the Eagles just traded up.
No kidding.
Eagles traded with Dallas?
Interesting.
Yep.
It's a division trade on draft day. What are the Eagles doing?
They got to go Smith here, right?
That's what I was thinking.
Need the help, unless they just really aren't sold on Jalen Hurts. Maybe they go Fields here.
Could you imagine?
Wow.
Philly will burn.
I mean, Hurts was a surprise pick last year, I thought, and then look what happened. So wow, this could be this. Wow, this could be the talk
quarterback. We need a live feed from the streets of Philadelphia.
Oh man.
It's for a first and a third, the trade.
Okay, so they swapped firsts, and then they gave him a third round kicker. It's smart by Dallas. It's crazy. Even though Jerry Jones, he is a bit of a buffoon or a caricature, but you got to their drafting over the last decade is definitely been top half, if not top third. And this is just a no-brainer. If the two cornerbacks aren't there, get out of the pick. I mean, if I'm the Giants, I'll be honest, it's like assuming Philly goes Smith here. I mean, getting Slater and putting him at guard, knowing Solder has a year left, I like it a lot. Because I don't think, I mean, the everything still feels early for the edges. Like Penei being the top guy, and I think he might be on the board 6 picks from now. Or Parsons would be fun. But the Giants have not traditionally been an organization that likes the question marks.
Any thought that they go receiver here? Like, because they're desperate for receivers. They go Smith.
Philly?
Yeah.
Oh, Philly. I think Philly's going DeVonta Smith.
I was going to say.
If not, what? I don't know who else they could be thinking right now.
Maybe a lineman because of Dillard?
Oh. I mean, if they want Slater, they should trade up. I think the Giants, right now, I'd say the Giants are going Slater. But do they? I don't know. I mean, they just spent a first on Dillard 2 years ago.
Yeah.
How many? I think he's played less than Has he even played a game in the NFL yet? And if so, I don't remember seeing him often. So I mean, their offensive line I know isn't great.
I mean, who's their WR2 right now?
Oh yeah, their wide receivers are terrible. I mean, when you're slotting out, they just Alshon Jeffrey and Deshaun Jackson.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess to be fair, it's kind of like how I look at the Giants. Before Galladay, they didn't have a WR1. You had a couple of WR2 and 3s. But no WR1. Yeah, Philly doesn't have one.
No.
I mean, DeVonta Smith and Jalen Reagor is it's a bit of a weird 1-2. You kind of they're kind of, not saying they're redundant because I think DeVonta Smith is a much better route runner. But not a lot of size.
Selyan, what's your thoughts here, man, on what's going to happen with all this? You're kind of quiet up there.
Yeah, I think it has to be DeVonta Smith. I can't find another reason for them to jump the Giants here. I mean, Slater, I guess, is an option. But yeah, they've yet to. They need to give Dillard a legitimate shot and see what actually happens. I think the only reason to jump the Giants is really to be if they're afraid that Gettleman might go after a receiver. So yeah, I feel like Smith makes sense. But yeah, I think you're right, Rudy. The combination of pairing Smith with Rager is kind of it's awkward because you don't have that true one that can actually take coverage away from one or the other. They're both gonna there's nothing really there. I mean, you could argue that Goddard's gonna do a little bit of that, but I mean, it's still kind of a weird unit to work with.
And then you're dealing with a quarterback like Hurts who isn't necessarily known for his accuracy. So I mean, as a Giant fan, it's like I remember like Eli Manning and never really had that accuracy, arguably. But Plaxico Burress was like a huge security blanket for him. Like so that's why I think the Galladay move, even though you're paying a ton for him, makes a lot of sense because you just throw it up there and he's going to come down with it. Obviously, Chase would have been nice for Philly.
The pick is officially in, and it is DeVonta Smith, as everybody expected, or at least most of us seem to expect. I'm guessing.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it made a lot of sense. If we had my co-host for the Fantasy Six Pack Hour on here, AJ, who will be on a little later. I'm sure he'd be pretty happy about this pick. They need wide receiver help pretty bad. Although there's a lot of question marks about him. Rudy, what are your thoughts on all? It's the weight issue. Like, do you think that's for real? Are you buying into that?
No, I mean, it's just that I ideally would want to complement him with a guy who's like 6'2" or 6'3" on the other side. So this is more a take on that overall offense. So I'm looking at you've got an inaccurate quarterback, or at least one with question marks in Hurts. And you've got two small guys that you are going to be afraid to throw to if they're covered. I mean, so it's like Goddard. Yes, I get Goddard in there, but and then you just gave up a third rounder too. Yeah, I would have just gone wide receiver in the second round. Maybe traded up in the end of the later if maybe like a Bateman falls. I still don't quite understand what Philly's doing.
They had to fear that the Giants were going to take Smith. That's
and in that case, because I don't think the Giants were
right.
This legitimately might be like the best poker the Giants have played in the at least 5-10 years. Every year they're like the Daniel Jones thing was so obvious. The time they got jumped twice and had to take Eli Apple. Like the Giants, Barkley. The Giants are so telegraphed. I think their DeVonta Smith stuff was, and the wide receiver calls on them was the same as the smoke around Mac Jones.
Whoa.
So I think the Giants grabbed Rashawn Slater. They were good.
No.
What? Oh, what happened? I heard
there's a trade.
Yeah.
Big one.
Wait, what's the Bears? The Giants traded out?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Wait a minute. Did they know that they have to take a lower pick? Because it doesn't. Wow.
This
Fields. This has to be Fields.
Wow.
But the Giants have to. And where did I should know this, but where did the Bears pick this year?
20.
20.
Yeah.
So the Giants trade down for an edge. And now you could get your Phillips or, who.
Hey.
You get any defensive guy who falls there. Did they say what it has to be next year one, right?
I would think so to move up that far.
It's got to be more. I would guess next year's 1 and a third round this year.
Mm-hmm.
That's if not that I don't understand why you.
They got a future one.
Is that
A
it?
future one?
That's all I can see for now. They swap picks and they got a future one. That's all I see for now.
I mean, that bear pick could be pretty high next year, though.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't.
could be top 15,
Yeah.
Right.
maybe.
But it's surprise. I would have been extremely happy if Slater was off the board, because I don't think any defense, unless like you really have a great plan for Parsons.
All right, so the Giants traded pick 11, Bears traded pick 20, 164, and a 2022 first round pick, and a 2022 fourth round pick. That's a lot. Man.
That's nice. That is very nice.
All right, so Rudy, you were initially here for the Giants. You can stick around for this pick, but do you want to come back for the Giants pick around in pick 20?
Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah,
so
I mean, we were supposed to have AJ Abelgarth for the Bears pick later, but maybe Jeff, our producer, Bears fan, can jump in here kind of because I don't think AJ was ready for that one.
I'll see the stage, and you got it like whatever So I forgot what you told me the Bears paid, but to get Fields,
a lot. 20. It was pick 20, 164, a 2022 first, and a 2022 fourth. So yeah, this feels like a quarterback trade, big time. That's a lot of draft
I'll be back,
capital.
but yay, Giants!
All right, man. Have a good one, man. We'll see you in a few. So Jeff, you can jump on, man. You're the resident Bears fan. You can jump in, and but if not, no big deal. Oh, there we go. Producer Jeff shows his face. Oh man,
I am scared.
Do you want Fields?
At this point, because they wait. Hold on. Yes. Sorry.
You're clearly ahead.
It's a rough day to be a Packers fan.
You guys are gonna see it. Don't worry.
I think he just pumped his fist at Mac Jones. I think.
Oh yes, exactly.
Oh my!
Pick
Is
is
that
in.
who it is?
Wow.
Pick is in.
Oh,
Brad
my
Biggs,
God.
Chicago Tribune.
Justin
Holy
Fields
cow.
falls to the Bears
Let's
at 11.
go. Let's
Well,
go.
not falls. They traded up for him. Paid a lot. I mean, are you okay with that trade? Give up
Considering
everything they
he's
needed to.
okay, so a lot of people really had Fields, quarterback 2 or 3 in the class. Okay, that's fair. The Bears didn't trade up into like a top 5 or top 7. A lot of people were talking 4, 7, 8, 9. So they go into double digits at that point. Excuse me. The package, yeah, sure, but here's the thing: if you're the Bears, you're giving up future assets. Like technically, if you want to go on the grading system, next year's picks technically go back an extra round if they're the 2022s. And if the Bears are good, then you're looking at back end of those rounds anyways. Sure, the Bears don't have a lot of draft capital, but now that they have pick 52 and 83 still left, so they didn't trade their second or third rounders this year. I wouldn't be surprised if they trade back in one of those 2 rounds to accumulate like a 4th rounder, which they had already traded this year. So I think, and also, yeah, remember too, this is desperation for Ryan Pace. It's either he got this right or that was it. And I think getting Justin Fields at 11 is about as good of a trade up scenario as you probably could have asked for, especially when you're looking at teams like Washington and New England that could have easily traded up as well.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of talk because Dalton was the quarterback there. There's been talk, even on our own Slack channel. Rob, new writer for Fantasy Six Pack, is in a dynasty league that was willing to trade Allen Robinson at a pretty good discount for a contract league. What do you think about guys like Allen Robinson now?
I would imagine he's still going to see Andy Dalton for a little bit. That's just, it's probably the way it's going to be. But I think it's going to be a situation where it's Dalton's jobs to lose, which, of course. But you're not spending $10 million to bench a quarterback.
Right.
I mean, look at Nick Foles. He had to wait for his turn before he failed. And then once he failed, he went back to Trubisky and let him just play out the season. Of course, there's a little bit of injury and stuff involved. But I think this is good. I think just getting the quarterback, still having your second round, like I mentioned, there's plenty of O-tackle depth, especially considering that Rashawn Slater's on the board, and he was arguably no worse than the second best offensive lineman in the draft. So, I mean, keep pushing those guys down. You still got to see a lot of defensive players go. And that's something that's probably more of a luxury for some of these teams because you're seeing the the early teams or the teams trading up wanting to go specifically for offensive players.
Yeah. Selyan, what are your thoughts here, man?
Yeah, I think it makes a ton of. Yeah, I kind of like it. I like it. I think it's decent value to get him at 11, but I'm mostly excited about the package the Giants got. I mean, you were hanging around. I didn't believe that they would trade back. It's not really in Gettleman's MO to trade back in the first round of the draft, and he actually did it. It's the perfect move. I'm really happy about that.
I think this is actually the first time ever Gettleman's traded back.
It is the first time in 8 drafts he has actually traded back. And and I know I mentioned that you're aiming for later in the round draft picks if you're the Bears when you trade these, because you assume your team's always going to be good, right? Well, still, like for a guy like Gettleman that likes to acquire those unsexy players, like next year potentially getting a skill position player to pair with an offensive lineman, defensive lineman, which you can never have enough of. I mean, it could work very well for him, especially because you're going to have more players available in next year's draft too.
Yeah, I'm definitely more excited about Allen Robinson's at least dynasty value. I know he's getting up there in age, but I think his dynasty value stayed pretty high up, assuming Fields lands. Kyle, I know you're pretty versed in dynasty stuff. What's your thoughts there about Allen Robinson's dynasty value?
I just want to start by saying first that I'm absolutely torn up over this as a Patriots fan.
Sorry. Hey, everybody else, drink to this while we.
Oh my God!
Cheers.
But I don't know.
Everybody's like, "Yep."
Man.
We're clipping that for Instagram.
Yes, we are.
My God. You guys are making me sick over here.
Hey, Mac Jones is still there.
Yeah, I was gonna say unless they get Mac Jones, but I don't know. The Patriots work in weird ways. But to answer your question is, I don't know. Allen Robinson's what? He's 27, gonna be 28.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Miller's all right. I mean, Riley Ridley's Cole Kmet looks like he's good. I just don't know. The O-line's kind of fun. I don't know. I like the pick for the team, but for dynasty purposes, I don't know. I mean, you could say that Trevor Lawrence is in a better spot. Zach Wilson might be in a better spot. I'd rather have, Trey Lance. I'd rather, if Mac Jones goes to the Patriots, I'd rather have Mac Jones. So I think somebody that I thought should have been probably 2 in the right landing spot or 1 is now 5. If not, could end up being, even worse than that.
Mm-hmm.
But we will see. I think, like Jeff was saying, is we're going to see a lot of Andy Dalton at first. Then we're going to end up with Justin Fields at some point because, Andy Dalton's just your middle-of-the-road kind of stopgap player like the Bears have been doing for years and years and years now.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be one bit surprised if Fields can beat him out, but
I think the Bears. I think this pick absolutely locks in though. They're going offensive line in some way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
Just whatever falls. I don't expect someone like a Walker Little Stanford to fall that far, but whoever's going to be there, that may be the best tackle on the board, short of being completely just a reach. I think is who the Bears are probably going at 52 then.
Yeah. So let's move on to the next pick here, and Jeff, thanks for jumping on in time. See you, man. So let's jump over here to the next pick, and we've got the Cowboys now on the clock. This pick was the 49ers at one point, it was the Dolphins at one point, and it was the Eagles at one point, and now it's the Cowboys. So nobody wants pick 13 for some weird reason, but hey, we'll get or pick 12. Sorry, we'll eventually get somebody to take this pick, and it sounds like right now it's going to be the Cowboys. Now that we've seen what's happened, what's our thoughts here with this, John?
I still kind of lean defense. I think with Slater on the board, though, I wouldn't put it past him to take offensive line. I mean, Dak's coming off an injury. You have a power running game in Zeke. So it kind of makes sense there, too. I mean, I know they really kind of had their heart set on Surtain. At least that's kind of how they leaked it out. So, maybe defense. But, I mean, I think after the Giants trading out, Slater kind of fell right in their lap.
Yeah, Selyan, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I think Slater's the move here. they struggled with the health of their O-line yesterday. We saw how shallow their depth actually is. I think Slater makes sense. He can even play in guard. I don't think Connor Williams is really that good at left guard. So you got the possibility to plug him in wherever you see fit early in his first season. And he's a good athlete. He's nimble. He's mobile. I think there's a lot you can do with Slater and pair it with Zeke and that running offense. I think he's a good fit.
Yeah, Bob, any thoughts here? Cowboys.
Yeah, right on. I think Slater's the pick. Makes the most sense. Bolster that old line, reinvest in that position.
Yeah, they've needed it pretty bad here. It seems like the last couple of seasons, their O-line was like top notch in the league and kind of led that team for a little while, and made them probably better than they really were. It seemed like for years. So I don't know. The pick is in here, but it's not announced yet, unless somebody wants to tell me otherwise. But
Parsons.
Parsons, all right, Kyle. Yeah, Kyle's gonna spill it. All right, cool. Kyle's like 3 minutes ahead of all of us. He's just waiting for us to like stop talking so we can talk about the actual pick here.
Oh,
but,
no,
you're good.
It's
okay. But okay. So give us your thoughts on Parsons here.
This is me.
I was gonna let Kyle go first because he didn't get a chance
Kyle,
to talk about it.
I think this is great with Sean Lee just retiring a few days ago. I think this makes a ton of sense. I kind of wish they would have went for selfish reasons for Zeke. I kind of wish they would have went Slater, but their defense is just not good. And I think getting sniped on Surtain, it makes a ton of sense to get Parsons. I think he's I have him as my clear best top linebacker, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, last year, I think people were projecting him this year to be higher than he got selected. I think he was supposed to be more of a top 10 pick than a middle of the 10s kind of pick, if I'm not mistaken.
Bob, this is interesting.
Sorry, Selyan.
I was just gonna point out real quick that in the last year, no one saw them taking CD Lamb. They went after the flashy playmaker. This year, I mean, it kind of went under the radar that they might go after Parsons. They go after the flashy playmaker. Just quite interesting.
Yeah, I think they, similar to last year, best player available in some respects. Flashy player. I'm curious to see how he kind of fits in. Last year, Sean Lee wasn't really a part of the game plan much. He was injured a lot, only played, I think, 9 games. But this is going to be a move that really hurts Leighton Vander Esch, really hurts Jaylen Smith, brings Keanu Neal kind of out of his hybrid safety linebacker role. It's going to be interesting to see how Parsons plays out, but that defensive linebacker room gets a heck of a lot better.
Yeah, and we are going to bring on our guest here, Chris Allen from 4 for 4 Number Fire. I could go on. It'll take a while, so I'm going to stop there. And also a beer connoisseur, so we're going to halt. You got to tell me what you're drinking, man, because I always love what you're drinking.
So let's see. So I got actually so I actually wouldn't have to get up from my chair while like all the picks and stuff are coming on. So I got got my growler filled up with nice. With some homebrew. Yeah, man.
Homebrew, guys. Yeah, he brings it. I love this.
So this is a so what is this? So hazy milkshake IPA that I put together just a few weeks ago. So a little bit of like citrus aroma, some like fruity hops, and then some vanilla extract to kind of take off the bite, like from the bitterness from the hops. So yeah, this is what I got, fellas. I try not to drink during the week, but it's draft night, so I mean, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, it's a holiday for us, dude.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all good. I saved a triple IPA Cosmic Egg from Commonwealth Brewing for you. This is good stuff, man. It's a 4.5 in my book, dude. It's Sabro Mosaic and Citra triple IPA. It is some good stuff, man.
That's perfect. I love that blend of hops.
Yeah, it's down there, man.
And that can art, I'm a sucker for can art.
I know. That's why I showed it to you, man.
See, that's beautiful. I want like a 6-pack of that. Stuff, man. That go up on my shelf, like right behind me.
Yeah. So, all right, man. So Cowboys picked real quick. What do you think about this one?
I mean, I'm not terribly surprised. I mean, I figured they were either going to do that or Slater. So it kind of makes sense. I mean, with the holes that they have on their defense, it kind of makes sense that they go this route. I mean, I was hoping that they would go Slater at this point, but that's just, I mean, obviously fantasy selfish reasons, right? We want Zeke to perform. We want Dak to stay upright coming off the ankle injury. So, I mean, we want all those things, but it's like, I can also see the fact that, I mean, think about all the shootouts that, I mean, Dak and all the rest, and they were in for the first 5 weeks of the season, where he was putting up just nothing but video game numbers throughout the entire time. So I get that. I know, but I was fine with it.
I know.
I mean, my bank account was fine with it. After I was rolling out these Dak stacks in DFS every week. I mean, so I was cool with it, but I get why from a team building perspective, we have to, I mean, the team has to, become better. So I get it.
Absolutely. John, any closing thoughts here on the Cowboys before we move on here to the Chargers?
No, I think to echo Bob, it's going to be really interesting where he slots in that linebacker room. I mean, now I wouldn't be surprised if one of those guys gets moved, maybe even here, on day 2 or day 3, gain an extra pick or two, because that linebacker room is pretty loaded now.
Yeah, I agree. So moving here on to the Chargers, Chris, we'll lead with you. Where do we think they're leaning here on the pick?
So I'm also would think that they're going to lead towards defense. I mean, I just can't see them trying to with the offensive players that are still out there. I mean, they're not going to go quarterback, obviously. I mean, it's not going to be Mac Jones at this point. So if they could honestly, if they go Slater at this point, wouldn't be surprised there. Other than that, defense for me. That's where I'm thinking.
Selyan, what's your thoughts, man?
I think it could be Slater. We don't know if they want to roll with Pipkins at left tackle or move it inside. It seems that they want to put him at left tackle, in which case they already have Bulaga at right tackle. But I think Slater's a good fit at guard. So it would make sense for them. They definitely need to shore up the interior. They really lack depth. So that would be an interesting pick. Otherwise, yeah, defense makes sense. I think I agree.
Bob, defense seems the way to go. You agree?
If they don't go Slater, I hope they go Kwity Paye. I think Kwity Paye is an awesome fit on this defense, especially slotting in for Brandon Staley, who's a defensive wizard who also has offensive experience. Yeah. But I think he'd be a great fit right alongside or opposite of Joey Bosa, somebody who needs a little development pass rushing, but he's an instant upgrade as a run defender. And like I said, I think needs a little time to develop, but I love the pick. I comp him to Melvin Ingram, who they just let go. So, yeah, I'm hopeful.
So, John, you actually had Slater tagged in your mock draft. I mean, I'm guessing you just think that's a plug and play here.
Having Herbert, got to protect him. You have the run game with Eckler. I mean, why not take arguably the next best offensive lineman at the board? I mean, all these guys that we've been talking about quarterbacks that keep passing on protection for him. So why not here? I mean, Herbert's clearly the future. He proved last year he was. So it makes sense to slot him right in.
Yeah, I agree here. Kyle, anything else to add?
No, other than the fact that they should do exactly what the Bengals didn't do and protect their young quarterbacks. Slater has to be the pick right here.
Yeah, and indeed it is Rashawn Slater. So, Chris, you obviously are in agreement with that. What for fantasy, what does this do for the offensive weapons and obviously Eckler and Keenan Allen and those kind of guys?
I mean, from a pass protection standpoint, I mean, it's obviously a boost. I mean, you want to look at, I think it was Football Outsiders had the Chargers. I think they were just above the league average in adjusted sack rate. And even though that they were middle of the road in terms of neutral passing rate, I mean, with how, with Herbert's depth of target, I mean, he was launching them down the field to, if it wasn't Jalen Guyton, it was Tyler Johnson, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, they had plenty of guys. They had plenty of guys that could also push the ball down the field as well. But those plays obviously need time to develop. So with this, I mean, I can see that neutral passing rate start to tick more towards them featuring Justin Herbert more as a passer. And so with that, I mean, that's obviously a boost for all the fantasy assets. So I'm looking more towards, I mean, if let's assume Mike Williams stays healthy for the entire season. I mean, now Keenan Allen is now the Keenan Allen's also doing his thing underneath.
Figured it out.
This is a good offense, right? I mean, on paper, this is a good offense that we'd want to invest in. I mean, hell, if we're also talking about guys like Donald Parham and Jared Cook, offering something like from the tight end position. This is a viable passing offense and a viable passing scheme that they've got going. So the more help to a guy like Justin Herbert, it's all the better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Selyan, what's your thoughts here on the surrounding guys here?
Well, I think obviously it's going to help boost everyone. You get to keep Justin Herbert upright, so that's big. I think it's also a big boost for the running game. What Slater did best at Northwestern in 2019 was move around and climb to the second level and open up massive gaps on the second level, enhance big plays, 10+ yard plays. So I think that's a big boost for the running game. He can go out in space. So I think Eckler, who's a guy that catches a lot of screens, is going to benefit from that a little bit. I think he's a playmaker at offensive tackle or offensive guard, depending on where they play him. But yeah, I think it's a big boost for that offense.
Any thoughts that it might, because Herbert was a little bit of a scrambler. Any thoughts that like a little bit of extra protection might actually hurt his fantasy value? Because we see a lot of these guys that run past are the guys that get boosted up to the board, and bad offensive lines means you run more. John, thoughts on that?
No, I see what you're saying, but I think anytime you can keep your quarterback upright, he's got the better chance to throw the ball and make a play. His rushing yards might dip a little bit, but he might pick up for that in the passing yards with having more protection and be able to stand upright longer.
Yeah, I agree. I just played devil's advocate there. I just kind of wanted to see what people would say. Kyle, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that or any credence to that as well.
Not necessarily. Sorry, caught me at a little moment lacking there.
No, it's all good. It's a long show, man. I told you it's gonna happen. So, all right. Well, we are off into the Vikings pick here, and Chris, we'll lead with you again, as I always said we would with the guests. Where do we think they're headed?
I would think they're probably going to lean defense here. I can't see them trying to hit the offensive well. I'm trying to think of who the other guys might be on the board right now. So, from an offensive line standpoint, that could be something they're looking at. But we'd see some of the moves that they made during the offseason of free agency, if I'm remembering correctly, was them trying to also add some key pieces to that defense, because we know that Mike Zimmer, former defensive head coach or defensive coordinator. That's the kind of how he made his bread before he moved over to Minnesota. So I can see them trying to add a bit more and bolster that defense, because over the past few years, we saw some big names be a part of that defense, but they've all gotten old. It was like Xavier Rhodes. We're dragging Xavier Rhodes over the past couple of years because he wasn't performing to the way he was earlier in his career. So I think that if anything, I would almost think that they're going to lean more in that direction than anything else. I think for the most part, their offense seems fairly intact, especially from an offensive standpoint. They could boost offensive line, but I think most likely they'll lean towards the defense.
Yeah, I agree. It's defensive, offensive line. Kyle, what's your thoughts here?
I think something sneaky like a cornerback. Maybe we see the kid from Northwestern, Newsome, who's been kind of shooting up boards recently, maybe even Farley. Trying to touch on Chris's point, guys they let go of guys like Xavier Howard, who looked pretty decent last year on the Colts. So I think corner could be an option, but I definitely think it is going to be a defensive player.
All right. Selyan, you agree with that?
I think it's going to be in the trenches, in my opinion. I think it's either going to be a defensive end or a pass rusher or an offensive tackle. They desperately need offensive tackle help. I think I don't even know who their left tackle is, and I think their right tackle is O'Neal, who's not great. So for me, that's their need. It could be Darisaw. I think that would make sense. He's a guy you could plug in at left tackle. He's probably your guy, Joe. He's actually quite quick-footed for such a big offensive tackle.
Awesome.
But I think that would be a good fit. By the way,
awesome. I don't know why I would say that, but I think he's awesome.
But yeah, I feel that could be a good fit because that's definitely a big position in need. If they were to go best player available, though, it'd probably be on defense.
I mean, especially like with Daniel Hunter there, they've had problems with him. There's rumors of him being traded. I mean, I could definitely see them going to DN here and then moving on from Hunter, who was already giving them problems.
I mean, they need a lot of help in the trenches. As Selyan said, they need help on the defensive side. I mean, that's kind of been a bugaboo for theirs. Ever since they had that like monster one defensive year, felt like maybe 1 or 2 years. The defense has been total garbage for years. The offense, the skill position guys. I don't think any chance they're doing this, but we might have some news here. Kyle's breaking stuff early here, so
he's our new insider.
I know, right? He's up on the Twitter machine.
It's all Twitter.
And I'm not up on. I'm watching the feed, waiting for somebody else. We're all on like YouTube TV or whatever you call it, and whatever you've got, and it's all 3 minutes behind Twitter apparently. But the Jets just traded up. And so we are now no longer talking about the Chargers. So the Jets moving into the position here. I don't know what the trade was. We'll update you as soon as we got it. But
in here maybe
the Jets. I mean,
protect
O-line.
Yeah, let's go think.
O-line, in my opinion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Elijah Vera-Tucker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to protect your guy. The interior is where they have the most urgent need because I think Mekhi Becton is extremely talented at left tackle. Is Adoga still the right tackle? I think he's pretty good. And then yeah. So I think guard and center interior is definitely their position to need. And either way, Slater Vera-Tucker is super versatile. He put together some really nice tape at left tackle for USC. I mean, clearly that's not his position, but he was more than solid over there.
Yeah, so their line right now is Becton and then Fant at left and right tackle, Lewis, McGovern, Rotten, and yeah. So yeah, the interior is where they need the help, it seems like. So Levin's is a left guard in second ranked for whatever one I'm looking at right now. So yeah. Seems like O-line is where they need a lot of help. They also need running back, but I don't see them trading up at 13 to get a running back.
Yeah, that's actually just what I was about to bring up. Is now with them not being back in this later round, it'll be interesting to see now where that second running back might go. Does the ETN fall even further now down the board to the later first round where the Jets might have taken him?
It's possible. While it's good, I mean, do we really want ETN or Harris to go?
No.
I was thinking not just from a draft capital standpoint, but also not necessarily not even necessarily a team fit standpoint. But I'm almost thinking like a guy farther down the list, like I don't know, like a Kenny Gainwell, something like that. I mean, where that you can probably get him back into day two.
Yeah,
most likely. I mean, that you could get. I think that would have been a better fit for him. I definitely think they wouldn't need to trade up for him.
Seems like they keep taking those those day two, late day two, maybe early day three running backs, and they're not panning out for them yet. I think they do need to go after one of these higher profile guys, but they've got to get a team. They got to get a line around them. They got to get a team around them to be able to perform. Otherwise, teams are just teeing it off on the running backs, going like, okay, go do something else because we're just going to hit this guy. And it's working. So
taking an offensive lineman would make sense after just taking Zach Wilson as high as you did.
Yeah. I mean, and all the talk that we've seen about the offensive line that Wilson had at BYU. I mean, you're not going to be able to recreate that at the NFL level, but at least trying to get some facsimile of that, like for them in New York, I think that'd be the best thing for them.
Yeah. Yeah, so of course we're at a commercial break here, so we got a little bit more talking room. The pig is in, but we got an extra 5 minutes of commercial time. So
of course they gotta milk this for all it's worth.
Of course they do. This is going to be a 6-hour draft tonight. It seems like just because they got nothing. They're just making up for last year. So, I mean, Chris? What's your thoughts on the draft so far? Like, what's the most interesting pick? Because we've only had you for the last couple.
I would say, let's see, the most interesting pick so far. I mean, I'll be biased and just say that for me, the most interesting pick was for my Bengals because we knew that they could have gone in one of two directions, right? They could have gone the Sewell route, protect your quarterback that just come off of torn ACL and some other stuff, or you go the route of trying to make your strengths stronger in that if you're going to be a pass first team, top 5, top 6 in neutral passing rate past couple of seasons under Zach Taylor, then you go that route. I mean, I think it was actually Joe Mixon that tweeted out shortly after the Chase pick. I mean, you can't stack the box against this team anymore. I mean, this is not. I mean, with now you have Chase and Higgins opposite each other, Tyler Boyd in the slot. I mean, this is now something that defenses are now going to have to account for. So it does help and take some pressure off of Joe Burrow. So I get the idea behind what Cincinnati is trying to do, and then with as deep as this offensive line class is for this draft, they can wind up getting at least a decent offensive lineman. If they don't wind up trading back into today, then they can get something on day 2. So I thought it was at least interesting in how this is how they're trying to build their squad. They're trying to, I guess, mold that team around what Joe Burrow had in that prolific LSU offense back in 2019 by almost like literally getting his guy. I mean, to start off, but then on top of that, putting together this wide receiver squad that is just, I mean, baller after baller. I mean, from Higgins to Chase to Boyd. I mean, you got Mixon out the backfield. I mean, it's just they've set this up in order for it to be just nothing but like firepower. So at least to me, I thought it was interesting that they went that route versus, which in my mind, I thought was the optimal pick, right? In being you get the guy to protect him after having, I mean, below average adjusted sack rates, like for your offensive line now for the past like 2 seasons. I mean, Joe Burrow's like, only makes it like halfway through the season. I mean, to week 10 before he gets injured, he's out for the season. So like, I get it. So it was just interesting to me that's the route that they chose. I'm happy for it. I mean, but I mean, we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah. All right. So the pick is in for the Jets, and it is Elijah Vera-Tucker, O lineman from USC. Selyan, quick thoughts on this, man.
Yeah, I really like Vera-Tucker. I think he's easily the best interior blocker in this class. He's really agile, strikes with accuracy, really stout, and he can move a little bit. So, and he's got that versatility to play guard or help out at tackle if you ever have a little gap, a little injury problem. So he had some depth. But yeah, I really like the fit, and obviously you're protecting Zach Wilson, so that should help a lot.
Yeah, Chris, since you're on here for the Vikings pick, and this is your last talking point here, want to get your quick thoughts on this too.
I mean, I like it. I mean, if we're already thinking about like what we can do, like in order to boost whatever value that we think Kirk Cousins might have, I mean, this is the type of thing that could wind up helping. I mean, we want that production for Justin Jefferson. We want that production for Adam Thielen, Irv Smith. I mean, and even like Dalvin Cook. I mean, we want them to be able to produce. I mean, this is something that can wind up helping. I mean, over the past couple of seasons, I know it wasn't as bad last year, but even Kirk Cousins, his turnover, his fumble rate has been something of an issue for the past few seasons. So now, hopefully, this can be something that can wind up, reducing some of that, and we start to see more extended drives and more production out of the guys that we're drafting more often.
All right, so we gotta let you bounce because it seems like the Patriots are quick on the trigger here. We gotta get our next guest in. Yeah, dude, we gotta get this. We gotta get our next guest on here. So, Chris, thanks for having me, man. Enjoy your beer tonight, and have a good one, man.
All right, you guys take.
Thanks.
All right, we're gonna bring in Nick real quick. Sorry, man, Nick. Short-lived here, dude. I didn't expect this. Everybody else takes 15, 20 minutes. You're on mute.
Mute.
Oh, there we go. So somebody's on mute. There we go. Nope. I don't know. You got to fix your audio issues. Look at StreamYard. No. Look at your StreamYard issues. We'll give you a second. All right. So where do we think they're going, John?
Here, I mean, New England's got to take a quarterback here. I mean,
yeah, right. I mean, there's got to be. There's two. There's Mac and there's Trey Lance still, right?
No, Lance went.
Oh, Lance went. Sorry.
Yeah, it's got to be Mac Jones. I mean,
Mac Jones, right? Sorry. Yeah.
Has to get his next Brady. Kind of fits that mold. They didn't have to move anywhere to get him. He doesn't have to start right off the bat with Cam Newton there. He can kind of sit and mold him how he wants. I would be surprised actually if it's not Mac Jones here.
Yeah, I'm not sure who they would take if they don't take Mac Jones.
Right, that's what I was just kind of racking my brain for. I mean, obviously they could use the help on defense. Their defense was banged up, but they got a lot of guys back that sat out last year. So it just screams Mac Jones.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it should be. I don't really understand. Hopefully, I really want to get Nick's reaction here.
I know he looked really, really hyped.
He looked so excited. So disappointing. Nick,
it's
is it
crazy
working?
that they're gonna get their quarterback without having to trade up.
Check your computer audio issues and everything else, man. We'll just get your non-audio reaction. Well, it'll be awesome with your sombrero hat on. Oh no. He's flashing us.
I was just showing the dad bod.
The show has gone south already.
Only took a little over 2 hours.
So they did take Mac Jones.
Yep.
Did take Mac Jones. Super happy. Kyle and Nick, both Pats fans. Maybe I did this on purpose. I only wanted to listen to one Pats fan at a single time. I'm just kidding. I did not do this on purpose. I'm sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick. No,
Better? No?
Yeah, I think we got you now.
For real?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh,
all
yeah,
right, there we go.
go.
Hey, we have no idea what just happened, so we're good.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I was showing off the Mac Jones bod.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I saw who put the tweet out. It was about he looks like a Lego figure.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
That was fantastic. I mean, this Mac Jones at 15 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
He could sit behind Cam and just learn and everything else. Like, they don't have to force him in, and they shouldn't, in my opinion. Nick and Kyle, you guys have fun with this one. You guys do this. You guys are the Pats fan. I'll let you guys have it.
Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, you guys have it, man.
Oh my God, am I so happy? I wish it was Justin Fields, but I'll take Mac Jones, arguably the most pro-ready quarterback. I can't watch Cam Newton for another season. He's not good
Nobody
whatsoever.
else can either.
Yeah, amen to that. I love this pick. I didn't think he'd be here. I kind of thought the 49ers would take him, or I kind of thought maybe a team like Denver, Carolina to handcuff their young quarterbacks that kind of are questionable, but absolutely love this pick. Fantastic home run by the Patriots.
Yeah, he was the most Patriot player that they could have picked. I was terrified.
Yeah,
we haven't had a fun pick in like 10 years, maybe. I can't remember the last pick that got me excited. I was probably like 5.
Probably since McCourty and Chandler Jones and Hightower.
Yeah,
it's been that long.
Jones and Hightower were the back-to-back, I think, or like swing-ish, and that was fun. But this, a quarterback from Alabama, I just hope he can throw better than Cam Newton. But like, we can throw better than Cam Newton.
Oh, we can all throw better than Cam Newton. I think we can all agree on that.
I mean, you guys can play Cam Newton this year, though, too. I'm totally fine with that.
I have a Cam Newton jersey, so I'm
Bill's
like
fan
not
over
even
here.
gonna.
Yeah.
I keep doing it the wrong way. I realize I'm like reversed here. Yeah, Bill's fan over here. You guys on the bottom row are just gonna fight. I just put John in the middle. You guys are gonna
the AFC East.
Yeah, man. So, by the way, if you guys don't know, Nick does the Instagram daily fantasy baseball videos for us. If you guys don't see those, they are hilarious. He eats helmets. He eats helmets every day, so it's pretty funny. I always say you eat the helmet
and the views are.
You
so
put them
strange.
in like they're right by your mouth.
Understand
It's so funny. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen those yet, subscribe to our Instagram channel.
Please do.
And they're good stuff. They good advice as well. So it's not that they're not funny. He's got a lot of personality, as you can tell by the hat. So definitely worth the watch. But sorry for the short visit, man. You can come back on. We got a few picks open later. If you want to come back on, you can hit me up on Slack if you're open, and we'll get you back on. I feel bad because he picked within like 30 seconds.
I know, that was so fast.
Nobody ever picks that fast. Thanks, Bill. Another reason I hate you.
He had that card ready like
yes, he did. Ago. So, but we do have a guest right behind you, so I want to bring him on. So we will talk to you later, Nick.
See you, boys.
All right, see ya. All right, so we're gonna bring in Tyler Mulligan, and I think Kyle needs to bounce for a minute, so we're gonna let Kyle bounce. And Tyler, what is going on tonight, man?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I'm not much of an Arizona Cardinals guy myself. I'm an Eagles fan. I just wanted to know what you guys thought about the whole trading up to get their wide receiver.
Who wants to lead?
Yeah, I mean, they kind of had to do the move. I think they kind of had to jump the Giants to do it, even if it was a smokescreen for them. I mean, like it was said earlier, would have liked maybe they put a little bit more of a bigger physical wide receiver opposite Jaylen Reagor. But, I mean, if they really like Hurts, the way the NFL is nowadays with offense, you've got to put weapons around your quarterback. So from that aspect, it's a good move. I mean, you never have enough talented wide receivers, especially on the outside of the NFL.
I'm just hoping it doesn't turn into like a Tavon Austin sort of guy who just never really panned out.
Right.
Just similar sort of skill set and size. Maybe I'd say less of a gadget player. Like the guy's got some actual, route running ability. I'd argue probably the best route running ability in the draft. But yeah, again, thanks for having me on, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, man. So cheers. So the Arizona Cardinals pick is actually in. We got Zaven Collins, linebacker, Tulsa.
Wow. I'm surprised with that.
Yeah? Who were you thinking they were going to go with, Tyler?
Well, I would have thought a cornerback would have been their first priority, given that like Patrick Peterson's like their main guy, and he's getting up there in age. But Zaven Collins, he's a freak of nature. His size and length are not common as an off-the-ball linebacker. Plus, he's kind of like an edge rusher as well. He can he's got the skills of an edge rusher, so he can. I don't know. I like that pick. I like it.
Yeah, Selyan, what's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I didn't really expect it. You said, as you said, he's got some traits comparable to an edge rusher. He's definitely good coming down and blitzing with delayed blitzes, which is, I mean, they lost Hassan Reddick recently, so he can come in and fill that role. I wasn't big on his run fitting and his play recognition and overall like pure linebacker play in terms of playing the run. I thought that wasn't his best assets, but he's good in coverage. He's okay. He can rush the passer a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of the pick, but it makes sense based on what they've done during the offseason.
You guys had a lot of cornerbacks in the mocks, and I actually agree with that, Bob. They obviously didn't. So, what do you think about this pick?
No, it's definitely interesting. This was one that got a lot of heat on Peter Schrager's mock draft. He actually had Zaven Collins going 16, mostly because of selecting Isaiah Simmons so high last year. It's kind of interesting to go back-to-back linebackers, especially in a different fit. But they're kind of they must be going for that thunder and lightning kind of combo where Isaiah Simmons will be a big coverage guy. He'll be the guy that, plays more off ball and, picks up wide receivers and tight ends in the slot. Whereas Zaven Collins will be the guy that kind of hangs around the line more often than not, I think, and comes on those delayed blitz packages. But definitely an interesting pick for fantasy. It's going to be an interesting way how that plays out. Another kind of, selfish, kind of not great landing spot for an IDP asset, going to a place where there's already a, somewhat established linebacker that you really want on your team. So I think it kind of dings Simmons' value a little bit, but they're investing into that defense to make it so they're not the reason they're losing games.
Bob, do you think it hurts Hicks's value at all there, or more Simmons?
I think it kills Hicks' value.
Yeah,
long term especially.
Yeah.
All right, Tyler. So let me ask you while we're waiting for the Raiders to make their pick here. What's something that kind of caught your eye so far this draft?
Has nothing to do with what was picked, but just having the people up on stage. I found that kind of like awkward, just having like the fans go up there. It was just like the weirdest things. They couldn't celebrate with like the rest of their fan base. They're just sort of like isolated on an island. Other than that, I mean, the Jets, that came out of left field, just trading up there. I understand why they did it. They need a little bit of interior offensive line help, but I mean, I would argue that you probably could have got that value even later in the first round. So I think they might have overpaid, but if I get what they're doing, like if they need somebody, go out and get them, right? So
yeah. So you said, so you're an Eagles fan. So you asked the opinion of the crew here. What was your thoughts on the Eagles pick?
It's similar to John's. It's just having two sort of undersized guys now with Reagor and then also DeVonta Smith. I'm not sure how that's going to work out. One thing is for sure is they're going to have to be pretty creative with their play calling. And you've got a guy like Hurts who can roll out of the pocket and do a few different things that not a lot of quarterbacks can do with regards to RPOs and stuff. So that should be interesting to see.
Yep, all good, man. All right, so yeah, Raiders pick is in. I don't know, Tyler, if you want to hang out for the Raiders pick or not, but we got nobody here to slide in for it. But
sure, yeah.
So Raiders pick is in. Anybody calling this one? I know Bob.
Whoever's fastest.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Bob. The offensive line here.
I think Darisaw.
Bob called Darisaw. I mean, I'll take it. It's fine.
I can see it.
You just don't want your guy going to that team. That's all it is.
No, not really. I want to see Darisaw go to a good team.
Ooh, easy. That's
Sorry.
trying to attack fan bases tonight.
I mean, we've already done that.
Yeah, I guess.
Anyway, the pick is Alex Leatherwood.
No.
Alabama.
Hate it. This is a Raiders pick. This is a Raiders pick. That's a reach and a half.
So we don't like this pick apparently. Explain to me, Bob. You're very vocal about this one.
I just thought he was super raw. I didn't like his film. I think he's somewhat athletic and has upside, but I just don't see. I think Darisaw is miles ahead of him in terms of talent.
I don't disagree.
Like I said, I just don't see. I saw a lot of inconsistency in his game where he'd get, punched and shot right around all the time. I didn't like. I think this is a huge reach, especially with Darisaw still on the board. If he wasn't, and we were looking, 3 linemen down the line, maybe. But what do you think, Selyan? I know you had a similar reaction.
Yeah, you look like you were not happy with it.
I'm definitely with you. I did not like his film. I thought his body control and balance is all over the place. I mean, there are some things that make him an intriguing prospect. Like he's lengthy. He does have really quick feet. But weirdly enough, he's not super agile and doesn't mirror well. Like his feet are quick out of his stance and then they kind of die and he gets beat inside by inside counters and his hands are really stale, really wide. I mean, he's super raw and he seems to coast at times during games. I said, his balance and body control is off. I think he's and as Jeff said in the chat, he was bad during Senior Bowl practices. I mean, I really don't like the pick.
Miami's got to be happy now with Darisaw sliding to him.
Right?
Darisaw's good.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. So, I mean, it is what it is. We Miami's rolling in. Hopefully, we can get our on our feet on the ground guy Jason Sardi, I'm gonna ping him on Twitter here and see if he can connect again and give us a live reaction here. He's probably too giddy about the fact that Darrisaw's sitting there.
Yeah, I mean, they passed on Sewell, so they got their wide receiver, and then now they can plug that old lineman.
I know, right? That's so money. Yeah, it's you guys called it like it's a Raiders pick, man. It's so bad. It really is. I'm and Selyan, you didn't even have him in your big board.
I don't have him in my top 50. No, I don't have him in my top 100. I don't have him in my top 100. I have him with a fourth round grade. I have a fourth round grade on him. He's all traits. He's all traits and no film.
Gruden is gonna Gruden, man.
Yeah, that's brutal, man. It's.
Yeah, Darrisaw is definitely like the best offensive tackle available. The only issue I have with Darrisaw is that he sort of kind of popped out of nowhere, meaning that like 2019 he was like his stats weren't great, but I mean last year he didn't allow a single sack, so he's the kind of guy that you have to sort of keep an eye on, make sure his production stays at a good level. Because I don't know if it was a one-off or if it's something that he can consistently push towards. Yeah. So.
No, I agree with that. I like when Darrisaw became like a top talent, I was always like, all right. I mean, I knew he was playing well, but damn, I didn't know he was playing that well, but cool. So I agree with that. Real quick, so we haven't seen any running backs go. Predictions, Selyan. When do you think the first running back's going to go off? And we got the Miami pick already in, so we got to make it quick. Go.
Let's see. So who's coming up? I think Pittsburgh is a possibility at running back. Jacksonville could, but I don't know. But yeah, I think it's going to be on the back end of the first round, if any point.
Yeah, I think Najee.
But yeah,
Najee to Pittsburgh would be.
I think Harris to Pittsburgh's the go. John, you agree? Tyler, you agree?
Yeah. Most likely, or maybe all the way at the Bucks, 32nd pick, something like that.
That would be I mean, they can afford it. They can afford to make a BPA luxury pick.
Yeah. All right. So this pick is in, and it is Jaylen Phillips, defensive lineman.
Nice.
From Miami. So.
That tells me one thing. That tells me the medicals check out because his film is definitely first round worthy.
Mm-hmm.
He's super explosive.
This guy was like boom or bust. It felt like a lot of people were high on him. A lot of people were pretty low on him because of things like that. So, but you like him?
I did I specifically chose not to grade based on his off the field stuff and injuries. I just graded the film, and honestly, it's so hard not to like this guy. And I came in, I didn't know anything about him because he's a former 5-star recruit, didn't play a ton for UCLA, had a bunch of injury issues, and then he came in this year and put up monster production for Miami. And he's bendy, he's flexible, he's actually fast, he's big. I mean, he looks the part, and he's a top. You could see why the guy was a 5-star prospect back then, and he finally broke out. I think he's a star if he can stay healthy. Those concussions, he's a concussion away from being in trouble, though.
Yeah, he really gets after it too. I think Miami can just unleash him and just say, "Go get it." I mean, he's definitely got that high motor that you want on that edge just to go chase down a quarterback, especially in the AFC East where you're going to have a lot of mobile quarterbacks out there. So it makes sense for them.
So we are now on to the Washington football team. They made a big step forward last season. I'll be surprised. I'm not. I was shocked as I always call myself an ex-fan. There's a little part of me that still roots for him, but it's hard to root for them with Snyder still at helm. But regardless, with they still need quarterback help, but there's obviously nobody there. They got running backs, they got receivers. The defense is incredible. The O-line is they could use help there. Is that where we're leaning here with this team? John?
Yeah, I can see O-line or even linebacker here. I mean, you get another good young, defensive stud who you can pair with Chase Young and just have those two guys anchor the defense. So I would not be surprised if they go linebacker here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Or whoever, yeah, Cyrus, Tyler, go.
Well, I was thinking maybe Owusu Karamoa of Notre Dame, someone like that who can sort of be one of those sort of, I guess you would call it like a flex role or just athlete role, similar to Simmons. But yeah, it's tough to say what they're going to do. I mean, they have some options. They don't have to work on the D line so much, but maybe get towards the secondary or the linebackers, and that's why Owusu Karamoa would probably be a good fit. I mean, he would be the smallest linebacker in the NFL, but is he really a linebacker? That might be doing him a bit of a disservice, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good fit. He's a will, I think, in my opinion, will with like nickel safety, slot corner type of versatile package, versatile skill set. But yeah, you add him to that pass rush to cover over the middle and keep the quarterback from dumping it over the middle, over the pass rush. I think that could take this defense one more step to the next level. But yeah, offensive line could make sense as well. I mean, we said Darrisaw's still there, I think. So this team needs to help their O-line a little bit.
Tell you what, though, if Darrisaw doesn't go here and you're the Giants there who we're looking at offensive linemen and then you trade back and falls right into their lap.
I don't know if I was looking at the board. I really want. I was actually looking at the board for the Giants. I really want Ojulari right now. This is the guy I want at 21. At 20, he's a great fit for that 3-4 defense. He's explosive, bendy, physical, tough, and that toughness. I think it's a good fit for the Giants.
As much as I don't root for Washington anymore, like I don't watch their games, I don't go crazy with them like I used to. I still would love to have my team land, the Hokies land with the local team and just be able to be like, yeah, that's cool. So I don't have to root against them when they're on the Cowboys or the Giants or the Eagles or whoever. So I would love it. I think that would be a great pick. I think they need offensive line help big time, and linebackers also a big need, as you guys have already said. So the pick is in, but there's still a commercial break, so that means we still got another like 20 minutes. So, but no, it's interesting. Like, have you guys seen anybody slip farther than you thought you would? Anybody?
Not wildly.
Really?
No. I mean, Fields was a big one for me, but
Fields was kind of that, like, he was always in that, like, realm of possibility to fall that far. It was like a couple of people had him going that way, and, it was just kind of like whatever. So
I had Christian Barmore from Alabama, possibly going to the Cardinals, actually, because they kind of need an interior defensive lineman. It's not a very rich draft when it comes to the interior of the defensive line, but I think I probably had him somewhere between 13 to 15, like Allen on my board. But I'm surprised he hasn't gotten taken. I guess it's based on needs, though.
Bob just reacted to the Washington football pick, and it's Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky. I might not have said the name right. Jamin Davis, whatever.
Close enough.
Bob, go ahead.
So my big issue with him is basically the fact that he only had 1 year of production. He was at Kentucky for 3 years. It's not like he was jockeying with any pro style linebackers to get to that starting spot. So he gets there and he comes in his senior year or his junior year and does really well. I mean, he did fine statistically, graded out really well as a producing athlete. But I just was never really a huge fan. I think my biggest issue is Daniel Jeremiah comped him to Darius Leonard, and the last person he comped to Darius Leonard was Jermaine Pratt. The reason you haven't heard of Jermaine Pratt is because he's not very good. And similar story, was at college for 3 years, but only started for 1. So I think John Davis is a little closer to Jermaine Pratt than he is Darius Leonard. I mean, he's going to have every opportunity in the world on that defense to start right away and produce. I just one red flag in his game is his solo tackle to assisted. It's not, he had more assisted tackles than solo, and that for me is always kind of a red flag in terms of like either A, you're not getting to the ball first, so your play rec is usually not great, or B, you can't tackle players on your own. Being that he's undersized, that could be probably part of his game. So I'm just not a fan, especially with JOK still on the board. JOK, like I said earlier in the show, is arguably the best linebacker in this draft. So I'm surprised now that he's still on the board.
How do you feel about the coverage skills for this guy? Because I just saw a tweet saying that I guess they were really impressed with his coverage skills on Kyle Pitts.
It's not better than JOK. I haven't dove into Davis's tape enough, but I know it's not better than JOK.
Interesting. All right. Well, hey Tyler, I want to let you have a proper send off. Let everybody know where they can find you on Twitter and what you got going on, man.
Yeah, it's at Ty Mulligan. I've got some articles here and there for Fantasy Six Pack. I'm doing some stuff for Pro Football Focus too. So, look out for everything. And guys, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully we'll do it again soon. Maybe sooner than the NFL draft. So, all right.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Gentlemen,
we'll get you on again. See you, man.
See you both.
All right, so we're gonna bring in the guest who's returning, Rudy Gamble. Now that the Giants are hopefully actually picking.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think. I mean, the fact Gettleman did it once is already mystifying. But yeah, I honestly think that Penei and Olajari were guys that they were really considering for 11. So I'm happy that this time he was able to like not overpay.
Yeah.
To get guys. Maybe they did with a quarterback recently, maybe. So.
No idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. But interesting. But yeah, it's.
You were on that show when it happened.
Yeah, no, I didn't. No, I was there for Andrew Thomas. I wasn't there for Daniel Jones.
Oh, that was Keith Lott, my co-founder, co-owner.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was in the bag for Josh Allen on that. so hopefully we'll see an edge here. I think I'm not gonna pronounce the guy. I'm not gonna be able to pronounce the guy's name on Notre Dame. I could see Graham having fun with a kind of player like that, but I mean, it just seems like I would lean toward Penei here as the Giants pick just because of the size. So a guy that you could play on the line 3 downs if necessary, because Lorenzo Carter can. So you already have what in college we call like a jet, like. Carter's maybe like a jack, who's not going to really be great on the line, but be your 4th rusher. So I don't know. I feel like Penei makes the most sense here.
I agree.
Yeah, I kind of lean Ojulari. I think he's the better 3-4 outside linebacker. Penei makes sense in the way you're putting it, in the sense that he's going to be on the line every snap,
that's what they want.
Rushing, and yeah. In that role, it does make sense. I thought Ojulari made sense in the sense that he could also come off ball and drop back a little bit. But yeah, I guess there's a case for both edge. I think I'm with you though. I definitely want an edge rusher.
What's your take on Lorenzo Carter, guys? Do you think is he going to amount to like just a league average player? Could he be that?
I mean, the clock's ticking a little bit.
Yeah. And they drafted. I forgot the other eds they drafted last year.
Is it O'Shane Jimenez or was that 2 years ago?
Yeah, and no, I think that was like last. Oh, but yeah, they've got like a couple of guys, and they haven't quite panned out.
Yeah. The draft capital spent on the edge hasn't been great right now.
No, it's a tough one. I mean, I think the Giants during the Coughlin era had crushed it a couple times, but you're not going to get OCs in the third round very often. You're going to get a lot. You're going to get a lot more. Who was the guy that bombed? Demondre. Oh, I don't know. They had a guy in the third that just completely flopped. They've had several actually that flopped in the third round. So it would be nice to see them just take a legit pass rusher in the first round.
All right, the pick is in.
We've got the pick is in.
Oh man, are you kidding me?
That's kind of the reaction I thought was going to happen.
I didn't get it. Who is it? Who is it?
Oh man,
Tony.
Wait, who is it?
Kadarius Toney.
It's Kadarius Toney. No.
I don't see why you need that.
Yeah, I mean, you probably could have traded back even further.
He's a mid-second round at best pick, right?
Talk about gadget guys,
right? He's a guy who had tons of question marks on him, like size, physicality, you name it.
I don't get it.
I don't.
Production was there, but there's your Gettleman pick. There you go, Rudy.
It was such a good draft until we picked.
Right. I mean, I would have been fine taking Slater.
Gosh.
And then, but the trade down was good. But I don't see why you needed another playmaker. I would have been happy with an edge here.
You got to build the trenches.
And then maybe in the because they still have the big need at guard. So I kind of have second round that thinking they're going to get a guard early tomorrow, with the wild card being maybe if the tight end from Penn State's on there, that might be a intriguing play, and then trade Ingram, but I don't like it. I mean, maybe it'll be exciting, but I really thought that they wouldn't be in on wide receiver.
I didn't think so either. But hey, we got another guest coming in right behind you, Rudy. So I hate to cut you short, but
no, I'm gonna go. I need a drink.
Yeah, go get the hard stuff out, like we mentioned earlier, man. And we will talk to you later.
Okay,
thanks for coming on, man. And next up is my co-host, so this will always be interesting for the Fantasy Six Pack Hour, and I can already see his. Oh my gosh, I already know what's gonna happen here. Yikes! All right, AJ Applegarth, what is up, man?
Ditka. Bears.
You're not picking for the Bears anymore.
Ditka.
The Colts. He got dressed before they traded.
Bears.
AJ's an idiot.
I was literally shaving this mustache into place when the trade happened.
I'm sorry.
Was quite perturbed at the text when you're like, yeah, they traded. Never mind, Jeff's in. I was like,
well, because you didn't respond. And I was like, you said you were ready, but okay, whatever.
Son of a.
All right. So
anyway,
we're on the Colts.
So DeBrickashaw Ferguson, is he still on the clock? Is he still available? Can we get DeBrickashaw?
AJ, you're fired. All right, so we got the Colts.
No DeBrickashaw. God, I'm terrible at this.
At least you admit it.
Whatever. I've never not taken accountability for sucking at this. You just seem to want to keep me on the show for some reason. So I don't know. I guess it's my good looks and
slightly entertaining. All right, so real quick, I want to go Kyle first. Colts. What do you think they're going, man?
If you made me guess, I've heard rumblings of wide receivers, so I'd kind of lean towards Rashad Bateman. That kind of what makes sense. Their defense is really good. Another weapon for Carson Wentz. That would be my pick, is probably wide receiver. And it makes a lot of sense as to why the Giants maybe selected a wide receiver, is they thought they might have gotten sniped on on Tony. So that's what makes sense to me.
Exactly who you had in the mock draft that came out this past week. So that makes a whole lot of sense. John, you.
I actually am going to go the other side of the ball, and I think defense. I could see him going a corner here, whether it's Newsome from Northwestern or Farley from your Virginia Tech.
Me and AJ, by the way. I'm going the wrong way again. I suck at this. I got to stop pointing. I'm just going to stop doing it.
One is going to be right.
Yep. One of these. I'm just going to do this.
Yeah.
Selyan, where do you think the Colts going?
I think, Costanzo retiring, that opens up a spot at offensive tackle if Darrisaw is actually going to fall at some point. I think it could be right here. Otherwise, yeah, I do like the cornerback idea that John put out there. Greg Newsome's still on the board, and I think he's worthy of a top 25 pick. Farley's still there, so definitely could be cornerback or offensive tackle.
And Bob?
I side heavily with Darrisaw here. Picking great players I value at a position of need. That's right on with the Colts draft strategy.
I don't know who I'm talking to anymore, but I think it's AJ. Do you have any thoughts on? Do you have any thoughts on the Colts pick? Since this is the one you picked,
it's gotta be our boy from VT, Darrisaw.
I mean, I keep pulling this out. I'm gonna do it again.
How can they not? All right,
I'm just gonna do it again.
If the Colts traded for Wentz and somehow didn't realize that my hometown Eagles had a shit-tastic offensive line in front of him. Granted, Wentz had his own issues as it was, which I have gone into numerous times over the past, 4 years, I feel like. He never had great protection. The year that they went to the Super Bowl and won, praise be sweet baby Jesus, they had a healthy offensive line. Indy already has one of the best offensive lines in the league as it is. So why not make it stronger with the hometown hero, Darrisaw? That's who I'm leaning towards. I wouldn't be surprised if they went with the DB, but they have to learn from the trade that they made. And Frank Reich, of all people, should know if Wentz is going to succeed, he needs protection. He needs time in the pocket. He needs people that can help him up front. Shut up, Jeff.
It's like me, Jeff, and AJ know each other from like doing multiple podcasts together. To where we yell at each other behind the scenes. And Jeff can't comment, and we love it.
I want a full-size VaTech helmet next time, and I want you wearing it during the podcast.
So I'm trying to find the comment where somebody went.
I almost bought.
Is that a helmet
couple
for
of
ants?
them, actually.
It's pretty funny. I was like, good Zoolander comment. It was so early on when we had all the comments coming in.
Pick is in. All right, pick is in. So let's waste 17 more minutes until they figure out
we'll get
which name was actually written down.
Cal said it's Quiddy Pay.
Kyle, stop ruining for us. Oh yeah, this one. This is the comment. Is that a helmet for ants? Yes, see you later. Love it. Full size helmet. Hell no. Way too much money. Those already cost too much.
And it's Pay.
Well, yes, we already knew that. Quiddy Pay. All right.
I know.
So, Selyan, thoughts on
catching up.
Quiddy Pay?
This is a little surprising. I really like Quiddy Pay. I thought he's twitched up. He's power packed. He's got a ton of traits. Really quick. threatens upfield, has some flexibility. He's stout against the run. He can stack and shed. He does a lot of really high-level things. I think his pass rush, he gets a lot of effort production right now. His hands are fine, but he needs to polish up his pass rush moves and actually get some proper hand counters going. But other than that, yeah, he's a high-level defensive end. I don't know how much of a need that actually was for Indy. I'm not super well educated on their defensive needs, but it's definitely a good fit. They do run a 4-3, so, and I think he's talented, so it's an interesting fit.
I've heard there was a lot of a lack of edge rusher talent in this draft. And Kyle, what do you think about that? And the Kwity Paye pick.
I like the pick. I think he's a really talented player. I'm not sure exactly how much of a need it was. I guess pairing him next to Buckner is good, but not exactly sure that there was. I don't know. I would have went in a different way. Darrisaw makes a lot of sense. A wide receiver makes a lot of sense, but they did get a really talented player. He's a great player. He's super athletic. So hopefully pairing him next to Buckner will be a good thing for them.
Cool. All right, man. Well, I know you've got to leave. Unfortunately, you got to work in them early in the morning, so you can't hang out for the rest of the draft. But I want to thank you for hanging out with us, man, and tell all the listeners and watchers where they can find you and your stuff online, man.
You can find all my stuff on Fantasy Six Pack, or you can find me on Fantasy Pros as well. I'm on Twitter at BetOnTheGame, posting DFS content, fantasy stuff all the time. Check me out. I appreciate you having me on, Joe.
Yeah,
Bob,
man.
AJ,
Good time.
John.
Cheers, and
thank you. Have a great night.
Take it easy, man.
Oh, and go Patriots! Don't forget.
On the way out.
Unless they're facing the NFC East, who's also known as the NFC Worst.
The NFC Least.
NFC Least.
Pretty much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, man.
And your cup.
Oh, and you see, look at this. I can actually comment whenever I want, you guys. So I just waited for the right moment to come in. I'm leaving now.
You're leaving. I just fixed the banners. Jeez.
There, is that better? Is that better?
No,
and look, I'm the center of attention naturally now because that's the producer should do, right?
What are we doing here?
Jeff has I don't know.
Jesus, amateur hour. Come on for one pick, and this is there's no banners. There's no context.
If Jeff's gonna stay, I'm putting this back up.
There we go.
There we go.
No, I'll be nice until we get our full crew back. The people that are actually good at what they do, not me. So.
I told AJ he has to stay.
Oh, I'm not
until everyone else gets.
You're getting drinking
anyway, solely for entertainment purposes. I'm doing my best.
All right, so we do have another pick, by the way, guys. Titans are up. Anybody care about that one?
It's Caleb Farley.
Yeah.
They already pick it?
It's gonna be.
Is it already?
No, that's who it's gonna be.
That's who you're thinking.
I mean, yeah,
it wouldn't hurt.
You know what? I like Tennessee.
I don't hate it.
I will root for Tennessee. I like Tennessee. Caleb Farley all the way. Let's do it.
I think it's either that. I also wouldn't be surprised if they add another Elijah Moore though.
They do need another receiver. They did.
That's been something that has been talked about for a while.
A receiver in the second round, right?
I know, but if
you can't get a Caleb Farley in the second round,
what? Someone with a bad back? Yeah, you can.
DBU.
What?
Yeah, he has herniated discs.
DBU,
dude.
Baby.
That's right.
Sure, whatever.
Tennessee doesn't care about red
flags. I'd rather take Elijah Moore just because I don't think there's a better receiver left in the draft at this point. And I think in terms of his size and ability in the slot too, I think that matters a lot. And with Ryan Tannehill's skill set, he's more of a guy that's going to be close or give somebody like AJ Brown contested catches. And do you really want Josh Reynolds to be a wide receiver too?
John?
Yeah.
No. He could barely cut it as wide receiver 3 for the Rams. So
yeah, that's my only concern. Like I think they have enough areas to rehash and just reaffirm. But if you really want to give Tannehill something, I think a wide receiver is probably the best.
Oh, the other point there is they need to take some of the pressure off of Derrick Henry. As awesome as he's been, it's because he's been it for the offense. I mean, AJ Brown's been really, really good. Tannehill has somehow shown up and decided to figure out how to play football after 15 years in the league. So kudos to him for finally getting it straight. But he's still an average quarterback. He needs some more weapons. I don't hate the idea of them getting more or anything else offensively on the outside that can help Tannehill to keep the field a little more open, keep the defenses honest, and free up Penei.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I kind of think it should be. I think they should go defense, and you know what? It looks like they win defense. Hey.
I mean, I'm
gonna pull this back out.
I told you all along.
Yeah,
and honestly, like
AJ, virtual high five. Virtual high five, baby. Yeah.
Yay. Child labor. Honestly,
VT is not child labor.
He was at Vatech. Anyways, so is everybody else.
So is every college student that doesn't get paid for their athletic.
I know
abilities.
It's awful. Anyways, that's a different podcast. Maybe next week we can push back baseball another week. Anyways, no.
Sure. What's even happening in baseball? Isn't there still like another 140 games left? I think we're good.
Wait, guys, for a second, I want to get the IDP guy, Bob, to speak on these.
So the reason I actually mock Caleb Farley to the Tennessee Titans, Titans do not care about red flags. They drafted Jeffrey Simmons early last year, despite coming off a late ACL tear, fought his way back. Similar idea here, Caleb Farley, position of need. A great player, too, to be honest. Super athletic, super quick. I would say he's more your ball hawk in this class compared to the other two top corners, to me. At least not going to offer a lot in run defense. Playmaking, yes, with pass defenses and breakups, interceptions, all that. But like I said, again, Tennessee just wants the best player on the board. They don't care if it's a guy with back issues, knee issues. They don't care. They just want the best player.
I just love the pick. That's what let's see. VT guys getting picked. Teams I don't hate
in the first round. I mean,
and Jeff, if you want to make a point, man, you can jump back in and make the point. I just wanted to get Bob because I always wanted Bob's IDP points first. So if you want to make a point,
you see, I got centered again. That's weird. I was just gonna say that honestly, just replacing Adoree Jackson and adding depth at corner.
And
I mean,
Butler.
especially in that division, like the AFC South is still going to be very pass happy. And in replacing Butler, like Bob said, like that was important. And honestly, if it wasn't for the back issues, Caleb Farley is gone. What, at least 10 picks ago?
There was
good value.
There was a lot of mocks where he, especially early on, where he was like a top 10, top 12 pick. He dropped late. It felt like so. I kind of want to see. I want to hear y'all's reaction, Selyan. You know why he dropped. I would like to know. I need to go though, but I would be right back. But I'd like to hear why.
Yeah, I think it's mostly the medical concerns. So the team that went after him, and it makes sense, the team that did go after him actually can afford to take a swing, because if they do get him, that's great value at 22 here. So I think the reason he dropped down to 22 is definitely medicals. He wasn't going to drop much more because of how talented and the elite traits that he actually has. So, but yeah, I think I can't find another reason for him to drop that much.
No, it was really only the medicals that was really holding him back. I mean, everything else he jumps off of the tape. So it's really just that back. And Bob brought up a good point. Tennessee really doesn't care. You know, they are going based off talent. So
there was Charles Robinson of Yahoo had reported just as the pick was going out that New Orleans was considering moving up to get Farley as well too, and they figured if they were going to do it, they had to get above Tennessee. So, I mean, all of you guys clearly nailed it on the head with Farley, because it appears that Tennessee wasn't the only team that figured you had to get him at a certain point, or you weren't getting him at all.
Yeah. I mean, it is, aside from the ability in general, he's got good size for a cornerback too. A lot of times you see guys that barely cracking 6 feet, and they're somehow going up against receivers who are 6'4" plus. So to see a guy out there that's 6'2", just under 200 pounds, and has the athletic ability that he does, the traits are all there. You have to go get him. And I think, it makes sense for Tennessee. It's a pass-happy division like we already talked about. I mean, hell, they're the only team that really has a bona fide stud running back. So I think it makes sense. And obviously I like seeing the VT guys go as well. So I gotta pump it up when I can.
Yeah, well, the good thing is now too is we're now at pick 23 with Minnesota, who traded back with the New York Jets earlier in the draft, and a lot of people had mocked someone like a Christian Darrisaw to the Vikings, and guess who's still there as they move back 9 picks?
Yeah,
Christian Darrisaw. Does anybody, John, Bob, AJ, Selyan, do you guys think at any is that pretty much the pick, or where else would they go at this point? Especially now that guys like Kwity Paye are off the board.
It's almost got to be. I mean, they had to be looking at O-line there, and then to trade back and for him to fall in your lap. I mean, that trade right now, especially if they take Darrisaw, looks genius. To get all those added extra picks and to still get that type of quality O-lineman here, that's great.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I lean Darrisaw. If it's not Darrisaw, I'm thinking Greg Newsome, corner, personally. But
trade purple for purple there for him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I like the Darrisaw pick. I mean, hell, he was talking about wanting to go and play with the Eagles and play for, Jalen Hurts, which I would have loved there, but not at the 12th pick, or the 10th. Or the 6th, when the Eagles should have just kept their damn pick and still gotten the same guy that they drafted after all of that. But I don't want to dwell on that. I'm very, very angry about all of their drafting in general. So,
well, AJ, I guess real quick, because we didn't have you on, what are your thoughts on the Eagles trading up to draft wide receiver?
I mean, I was kicking myself in the head earlier today when I was reading everything about, the Eagles want to jump back up into the top 10 because they want to get a receiver, and they have to get ahead of their division rivals, the Giants and Dallas, that are both picking ahead of them now. You had the 6th pick. What the hell are you doing? Howie Roseman gets way too cute way too often, and it was even worse with Peterson there. I feel like at least this time they got the guy who I felt like they wanted to get and who I was happy that they got. Granted, he's small. I mean, he's like a cornerback at wide receiver, but he's phenomenal talent. So it just depends on whether or not he can fit. They should have taken Jefferson last year. Hell, I thought they did when I was on this show, and they kept panning over to Jefferson, and they're like, "Oh yeah, blah blah blah," and then it's like, "Oh, Jalen Reagor." I'm like, "Wait, what?" No, that's not the purple that you were highlighting here. What is going on?
Granted, so the good thing. Oh, go ahead, AJ. Sorry.
I was going to say, granted, Reagor dealt with some injuries and whatnot, and a really shitty Carson Wentz. So, it's hard to judge him off of last year. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's just been so much stuff flying around. There it is. So. Yeah,
there's the good thing. At least you may not be happy with the result of the Eagles draft, but for the second consecutive pick, a Virginia Tech player goes as Christian Darrisaw.
Oh, that's cute.
Taken. Yeah,
it is. It is so nice. If I had that little helmet that Joe had,
well, here you go, Joe. Joe can bring it back for you here. So
I don't, but yeah, get it out there. Come on, there you go.
I'm ready for it, baby. I heard it. I'm ready. Woo.
Okay, just a real quick question before I hand it back over to the Joe. Whether it's trading up or trading down through 23 picks, let's start with Bob and work our way counterclockwise. I guess that's kind of how it pops up on my screen. Is this the best pick with movement in the pick, or is there another pick that you preferred up or down compared to what the Vikings just did now?
I mean, I think I have to lean towards the Bears going up and getting their quarterback, Justin Fields, personally. I think they gave up a lot to do it. I don't think there's as much value in that pick as there is this one. Probably, like I said, since they were looking at Darisaw probably originally, they were able to trade down and get their guy anyway. To me, I think the more impactful pick is going to end up being Justin Fields, obviously being quarterback. And like I said, I think he fell, and I think it was a pretty aggressive slide for him, falling all the way to 11, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my pick, I think, in terms of value, in terms of moving around picks.
All right, Selyan, you'd be next then, just going based on how the screen works.
Yeah, I think Parsons is an interesting one because the Cowboys picked up a lot of draft capital by moving back only 2 spots, and then ended up getting who I think was their guy the whole time, Micah Parsons, a good playmaker. And he's really going to add a lot to that linebacker room. They got a good unit now, and that defense is going to look a little more dangerous. And they actually, I mean, I was thinking about that earlier. They have a lot of running backs to stop in that conference, so I think that pick makes sense, and they got a lot of capital for it as well.
AJ, you have any differing opinion?
I like the Fields pick, honestly. I think the Eagles moving up, obviously, I hate the fact that they had to trade with the Cowboys, but I agree. I think once the Sean Lee news came out, and it was fairly strategic, timing-wise, Dallas had to go get a replacement in that linebacker field. So I think I think Parsons will fit well in that defense. And again, I hate the fact that it was an interdivision trade, but I don't dislike the pick for really all 3 of those picks in a row. I think they were all very quality picks and filled needs for all 3 teams.
All right, John, real quick, because the Pittsburgh pick is in. So quick.
Same thing. I like this Minnesota pick with the trade with the Jets. I like them both. Jets went up, got their guy, protect Wilson. Minnesota moves back, gains the extra picks, and still probably gets the same offensive lineman they were going to take.
All right, Joe, it is your show again, my man.
I agree. So
the pick is in.
Yep, pick is in, and it
is not surprised.
The Steelers picked a running back. Was anybody surprised by the shot? Najee Harris. You were.
Yeah, first offensive player they've selected since 2012.
No,
first running back they've selected in the last 20-some years. They drafted one in 2008, but I don't know. I thought they'd go elsewhere.
No, Jerome Bettis was before that, dude.
This seemed like the obvious pick to me. And, I'm looking at the two of you, John and Kyle. Oof. Kyle's not here anymore. Sorry. But John and Kyle had it. Bob and Selyan did not. Selyan, obviously things changed throughout the draft, but as things fell, is this the way? Did you see Harris being their guy now once things kind of worked out here?
Yeah, I think the fit makes sense. I'm never a guy that would honestly drop to running back in the first round, but I think the fit makes sense. He's a great guy off the field with amazing work ethic. He's gotten better every year that he's been at Alabama. He's a guy you want to invest a first round pick in if you were to invest a first round pick in a running back. I think he does everything at a very high level as a running back, and he's my RB1 just because there's so little flaws in his game. And yeah, that work ethic and getting better every year is huge, especially when you're going to get a 5th-year option on the pick.
I don't think he's going to face a lot of competition, if any, either in Pittsburgh. They're going to plug him in right away and start him right from day one. So I think he's definitely the RB1 of this class, especially with where he landed in Pittsburgh. I think he's going to go very high now in rookie drafts because of that.
Well, not even just rookie drafts. I want to ask you, John, where you think he might fall in just redrafts.
Sure. It depends.
Redrafts, I think he's one, right? He's one.
Sure.
He's easy, but
yeah, I mean, you can take him in a mid round. You can take him high. He's going to get the ball. There's really not much else there. And when Connor was healthy, they fed Connor. So he's going to get the ball in that offense. And yeah, Ben kind of is on the downswing, but if he's even half of what he is, you can't really stack the box against him either. So Harris is going to get fed well early.
I agree. Mr. Dicka.
I like the pick. We don't really see a lot of running backs in the first round. I will have to call out you and myself for last year when I called the best pick of the draft, Mr. Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
I have a scratch.
You have something on your head there?
I do. Sorry.
Maybe you should squeeze it into that little VT helmet and get it taken care of. What? But I love the fit. I mean, Benny Snell.
No, it didn't happen.
What happened? Yeah, I mean, not worth anything right now. From a NFL and from a fantasy standpoint, he's never lived up to the hype that he had. I think this guy Harris he's the real deal. He's going to go out, he's going to work his ass off. And that's the kind of mentality that Pittsburgh has for everything. It's a blue collar town, blue collar team. Ben, is ancient, but he's still there. He's still slinging the ball. So I think it's a great pickup and somebody to take pressure off of him, to let him throw a little bit more. So I think it'll open things up for sure.
Yeah, no, this was a perfect fit for Harris. It's a clear route to production and starter reps. And so for fantasy wise, like it's almost up there where like he's gonna be like a round 1 pick, because you just expect him to get all the reps. Dynasty wise, he's the clear number 1 rookie that's gonna be picked.
He probably, from a fantasy standpoint, I don't know if he could have arguably fell in a better spot.
Oh, like this was like the premier landing spot for him. Tons of articles, including our own. This was the landing spot for him. I mean, there were a couple spots like early on in the draft. Of course, there's always better spots. You could have gone to Miami, good spot, but that wasn't the biggest need for them. The Steelers have other needs. But this was the biggest need and one of the most productive spots for a running back of his style. This was clear, hands down for me, one of the best landing spots for a rookie running back that I've seen in a long time. And Selyan, I don't know, maybe you know better than me. Like, I can't think of a better landing spot for a running back than this in years, it feels like.
Yeah, I think I agree. I like it. Let me ask you this. If right now he's undeniably your RB1, you guys are RB1 for your dynasty rankings, but if let's say tomorrow ETN was to land with, say, the 49ers who are picking 11th, that's a great schematic fit, in my opinion. I don't think they might go after running back because they have so many other needs, but if they were to do it, who would be your RB1?
Harris.
Still Harris.
I'd still go Harris, yeah.
Well, there's a lot in San Francisco still. And I know obviously if you're taking an ETN in the second, you're probably going to feed him the ball. But like you said earlier, now there's nothing in Pittsburgh. There's nothing.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. Now, if NTN goes to Jacksonville, I probably still lean Harris, but it's close.
Because you still have Robinson and Robinson proved
right. That he's I agree with that. I'm not a big Robinson believer, but I think that NTN can make a bigger dent there than he could in a lot of places, especially San Fran.
Yeah.
San Fran likes to spread the ball around. They like to, play committee. No matter how good the lead back is, they'll still play committee with it.
because they don't have much there in the backfield right now.
No.
Yeah.
Anyway, real quick, Jacksonville is on the clock. In fact, their pick is in.
I mean, I think this would be interesting if it was ATN because
it's not going to be here.
No, I don't think it would be here either. But
they got a bolster.
They obviously already got
things.
Lawrence, so if they're just trying to double down on the Dabo crew,
they're gonna.
Why not?
I would think they got to bolster the
need,
line or something somewhere, right? Or
they
defense,
need so
right,
many
Bob?
other things, though.
Wow. Bob, you got are you frozen? Bob's frozen. I just realized that.
I was like, I was
really
like,
wait a minute. All right, so we've got Selyan. All right. Yeah, we're out. We're out with Bob. Bob's back in, but all right. Just where do we think the drive's going? Like I would think defense, but
yeah, it's got to be defense. I think this could be a spot for Barmore here. They're a team that have a need at defensive tackle. That could be one of the spots. They could go cornerback as well. I think Newsom's still on the board. So yeah, I think we'll see where they go. But yeah, I'm leaning defense as well.
Newsom can keep falling.
Pick is already in, and it is indeed Travis Etienne.
Is it?
Yeah,
it is.
Oh wow,
you're welcome.
So I mean,
it's got to be Lawrence thing. It's got to be
AJ. I blame this on you, man. You come in every time and pick the running back. This is crazy. So if anybody ever wants to pick and put bets on running backs in the late round of the first, call AJ.
Let
he
me
calls
know
it every time. Anyway, John, what do you think about this NTN pick?
It's interesting. I think it hurts Robinson for sure. I would still be skeptical going early on ETN. I think you kind of got to see how it's going to play out a little bit, but you got to give him a little bit more of an uptick going right back with Lawrence. I mean, Lawrence is going to know where to find him. Lawrence is going to know exactly how to use him. So, I mean, it's not as impactful to me as Harris in Pittsburgh, but it is impactful because he's going to be comfortable day one with his quarterback.
I agree, man. Bob, I don't know what to think about the pick. I'm going to do a lot of thinking about this with my rankings. Like, this is the crazy one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate it. I have one James Robinson share, and this just tanks it. But good news is I have the 102 in that league. So do I just draft ETN now and keep the running back room together?
No. Stop.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still
I mean,
you might have to.
It's not terrible, but
I'm surprised, but I'm not.
Hate it.
I thought it would be an early second round pick, honestly.
I was kidding. I was kidding this time. Last year, dead serious on the CEH pick. But I mean, I'll take it. I will take the credit for the awesome premonitions I have. I predict injuries somehow because I yell at people when they suck and then wish injuries on them and then they get injured. Don't ever get on my bad side, apparently. I still think it was early. I don't know. Maybe they saw Harris go and then they're like, the run on running backs is happening. We're not going to have another pick for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 12 picks.
Yeah, it's so bad. Yeah,
come on. You could have just waited and taken Javonte
Williams. Yeah, Javonte Williams. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this pick shocked me. I thought maybe they could be able to get him in the early second, but it's the pairing that a lot of people thought was going to happen. But you thought like when they traded back and things like that, like it was just gonna. You think they would build like the foundation of the team more, but look, this is going to be awesome for fantasy.
They're building it as a Clemson, adult league.
Can you deny it? But I mean, it's fun. Like it's fun for the game. For fantasy, it's a nightmare. And now it's another backfield where we're just going to go, what do we do? Until we figure it out, like until like week 1 or 2, when we realize either James Robinson's the guy or Etienne is the guy, like we just don't know.
Yeah. It's kind of typical fantasy if you think about it. They give us the perfect fit in Najee Harris, and then they throw the curveball with Etienne and Robinson.
Well,
like
last year, all the picks were terrible for the running backs, in my opinion. All of them were bad.
Yeah.
The only one that wasn't
really
bad was
out.
Jonathan Taylor because Marlon Mack got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But until
that's
then,
what
it
it's
was
going to
horrible.
take. I mean, is it going to take a
Browns
James
pick
Robinson
is in,
injury?
by the way.
Spoiler alert. I may have just cost James Robinson his 2021 season.
You mentioned his name. He's out. All right, so we got the Browns pick is in.
Oof.
And
Gary Barnidge Jr.
Wow.
Do it.
Wow.
Gary Barnidge.
Man,
do it.
It's pretty good for a while.
Has to be defense, right? Well, they just
yes. Oh God! If they do not go defense, I will drink the rest of this beer.
What?
Probably about 3 minutes.
This is a great spot for JOK right here.
Yeah,
I would think so.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense why it wouldn't be. Greg Newsome, cornerback, Northwestern. At least it was defense.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean that's not the highest need though for them.
Yeah, you got Greedy Williams, Denzel Ward, and now you add Greg Newsome to that. That's 3 premier cornerback prospects on your roster. What are you like? I don't know.
It's nice to have, but I feel like they needed a better force on the D line
or at linebacker. Yeah, that front 7 in general.
I feel like JOK was a little bit better of a fit there.
Yeah. I definitely think he would have been good.
And it's nothing against Greg Newsome. I really like Greg Newsome. He's a good corner, but
I said it earlier. I was hoping he kept falling. I mean, I would have loved if he was there at 30.
Yeah, Bob, what's your thoughts on this pick?
Yeah, I think it's interesting again with how he kind of slots in. I know Greedy Williams kind of hasn't been what they wanted him to, but they do have Denzel Ward. So I wonder if they're just taking best player available they feel. They don't have a ton of needs. Like AJ touched on, interior D-line would have been nice. D-line would have been nice. But, I mean, corner is a lot more valuable. So,
yeah. I
don't know. I don't hate it. Again, like Selyan said, it's not really a need for them. So it's kind of interesting. I would have traded down if I was them, if I, wanted somebody else or didn't feel the value was right, because I know there's somebody that would have traded up for him, more than likely at least. But who knows?
Yeah, I do want to bring on our next guest though. For our Baltimore Ravens pick is Kevin Huo. He is the fantasy football content manager here at Fantasy Six Pack. So appreciate you coming on, man.
Yes, sir.
How you doing tonight, man?
Doing okay. It's been an interesting draft, to say the least. But I guess I'm excited to see what we're going to do with these next 2 first-round picks we're going to have soon.
Yeah. Sadly, can't come on for the next one, but this one we got you here for. Where do you think you're going to lead, or go with this one?
Yeah, honestly, I don't really. Maybe you guys could tell me, because I don't really have a preference. I mean, to me, it seems like there's a couple players available, whether it's Jenkins or Rousseau or Aziz. I don't know his last name. They all could be kind of Ojahari. I knew one of you guys would know. That would be a good fit. I mean, the receivers are obviously there, but it's hard for me to get excited about receivers because we suck at drafting them. So
suck at drafting them and suck at throwing to them.
Correct. So, I mean, there's nothing as far as fantasy to take it. There's nobody they could draft right now that would change any of my opinions about the Ravens in fantasy. So, if that's the case, I kind of just hope that we just take the best player available.
I can kind of see this being a spot for Bateman, as much as from, like you just said, Kevin, from a fantasy perspective, I don't want him there.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But I could see him going here, but I mean, they do have that pick later too in this first round, so they can just go kind of wherever they want here.
Yeah, at this point, we could do. I honestly wouldn't be surprised with the trade down. That's kind of our MO as well. I don't know if you guys have any. Do you guys have any preferences as far as the pass rusher? Because I want a pass rusher because the Ravens do not have a pass rush right now after losing.
I think Greg Rousseau is an interesting fit for Baltimore. Yeah, he's developing like a good comp for Rousseau that I thought was interesting is Calais Campbell in terms of the growth potential and the frame that he has if he tacks on some weight. So he could go there and learn behind him a little bit. I think that he fits what the Ravens might be looking for in an edge rusher.
Yeah, I mean that'd be cool. Him and learning under Calais would be cool. I mean. Yeah, again, there's so many options. There's so many ways the Ravens can go with this one.
Her receiver is an option too. So, like, any receivers out there that anybody's interested in for this team?
Elijah Moore, just because I don't really like him to begin with.
So apparently you're not a Ravens fan.
Take the bullet for all of us.
Just do it, man. Come on.
I really
put
like
on our
Azeez
fantasy hats and say, let's have fun here. Who do we like for the Ravens?
I like Azeez Ojulari here for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, whichever receiver we take here, he's, 45 catches for 600 yards and 4 touchdowns, so it doesn't matter.
Finally admit it, Kevin. No receiver will be good under Lamar.
That means he's taking 2 extra touchdowns from Mark Andrews. Yeah. So let's hold up there.
Fantasy is the thing.
What?
They won't be good for fantasy. I mean, it might be obviously it'll make the team better to have a guy who can separate, like we saw in the playoffs. Like they need a guy who can separate eventually. But over a season-long fantasy, I mean, there's no rookie that they can add that would at this point. Like if you added Jamar Chase, that's different. But if you add, Rashad Bateman or Elijah Moore or something, I'm not very excited.
I'm not
for
sure
fantasy.
I'm excited about any of the receivers, regardless of them adding a good rookie.
Yeah, that too.
Fun fact: when the Ravens drafted Mr. Lamar, they actually traded into that pick from none other than the Philadelphia "we suck at drafting" Eagles. I think it was 2 years after they drafted Wentz, and the year before that, the Eagles traded out of their pick to Houston through the Browns, maybe, or something fun. And Deshaun Watson was picked. So yeah. Lots of good quarterback talent, probably better than Carson Wentz. Granted, none of them were Carson Wentz in that Super Bowl season for those 11 games before BDN came in. But again, I hate the Eagles drafts pretty much every year. So I would like to see the Ravens stick with what they know and go with defense.
Before I talk again, AJ's just going to talk about BDN as much as he possibly can, so I'm going to cut him off. All right, so
you'll never cut me off.
I see the pick.
You will never circumcise the BDN chat.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yep, pretty much.
What did I join?
Cheers.
What did I come?
No, welcome to the AJ draft show. So yeah, that's where we are at. So what do we got for the draft?
You wanted to keep me on. Just saying.
Somebody announced it. Go for it.
I don't even see it yet. So
I see a tweet. I see a tweet that it's Baton. But
it's a good fit.
We'll wait for some official stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, we can wait for some official stuff. But now that we've actually taken him, Bateman, wide receiver 1. Put it on the board.
Okay.
Put it on the board.
Totally Bateman. All right.
Of course, all in. I was never all in on Bateman. Never had any doubt.
No, Bateman now drops in all of dynasty drafts. Sorry. Done. Goodbye.
The 101 in dynasty drafts.
No.
Have you ever played Dynasty?
So we've already heard. So we've already heard Kevin's.
Are you starting
biased,
up a one-man league?
Yeah, you take.
We've already heard Kevin's biased opinion. Let's go with John. John, what's your thoughts on?
I mean, this is exactly where I had Bateman mocked to. Maybe
for fantasy.
Maybe he'll buck the trend, but for fantasy, I mean, I would still probably take him over Tooney in the Giants. But yeah, it's not. Especially year one, I don't think I would touch him year one. I mean, definitely in Dynasty, I think he's still a first round pick for me, but in redraft leagues, I'm not going anywhere near him.
I agree. Selyan?
I love the fit. First of all, for the Ravens, this is a great fit. This is a great pick. He's a guy that's going to be able to contribute a little bit year one. Obviously, for fantasy, I don't know if it's going to be enough to be relevant, but he's definitely going to be able to get open. He's a route technician. He's really smart. He has instincts, and he knows where to go against zone coverage. He knows how to get open. He's not super explosive, doesn't have a ton of juice. He's got good hands, good contested catch ability. He's physical, smooth routes. He does a lot of things really well.
He's a good
but yeah, for fantasy, I don't know. I don't think any receiver under Lamar Jackson is.
The comparison that I kept hearing is that he's just a souped-up Willie Snead, which we've already seen in the offense. It's just not cool for fantasy. Great for actual football. I'm sure he's going to be great, but for fantasy, I mean, he's not going to.
Seen that in the offense, or
we've seen a version of it.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, is Willie Snead better than the Willie Snead that I'm envisioning? Maybe not. No, he's not.
Is Willie Snead better than the Willie Snead you're envisioning?
That doesn't make any sense, but no.
It makes plenty of sense. There's Willie Snead Baltimore. There's Willie Snead New Orleans. Willie Snead New Orleans is the one I'm envisioning. Willie Snead Baltimore is the crap that we've seen. So either way, it's crap. I don't hate the pick.
All right. So we're gonna move on here. All right. So we are on to the Saints.
See, a good segue. You're welcome.
Yep. All right. Kevin, you want to bounce for this one, or do you want to stay on?
I have no thoughts on the Saints except free Jameis. So.
All right. So we will see y'all later. Let everybody know what you got going on Twitter and stuff like that.
I mean, with the draft coming out, we're gonna have a ton of draft content coming out. You and I gotta talk about that. But yeah, just follow this Fantasy Six Pack. You'll see I'm in charge of all the fantasy football stuff. I'll be tweeting it out. Follow me, Kevin M. Quo. That's about it.
Sounds good, man. Thanks for coming on for the Ravens pick, man. See you later.
Take it easy.
All right. Cheers, Kev.
All right, man. All right. So yeah, Saints pick. I'm gonna go. Just move my John.
Already in.
He's already. Damn it. All right. Talk quick.
I want to say defense.
All right.
Selyan. Yeah, I think it could be cornerback, linebacker.
All right, Bob.
Yeah.
I'm thinking JOK because I really want him to go to the Packers and they're the next pick. So I'm going to be very sad.
All right. And apparently Mike Dicko over here already knows what the pick is because he has cable or some shit like that because nobody else does on our feed.
I didn't. I'm looking at the thing that literally says the pick is in. I don't know who the pick is.
Oh, you said defense.
No, I didn't.
Did anybody else hear that but me? Anyway.
Yeah, no one heard that other than you.
All right. So pick is in. Where are we actually going with this? John.
Yeah, I'm gonna say linebacker. I like the JOK call too. I think that's a good fit for him.
I hate it.
All right, I know you want him in Green Bay, but
I hate it and I hate you.
So in the mock, you got Joe Trevon Mooring. I can't even pronounce these names. Damn, Trevon, and then Eric Stokes. Got that one. So none of those guys are apparently in your all's wheelhouse right now because apparently a ton of the guys above them have fallen. So,
yeah.
Bob, what you got?
I mean, well, we see the pick sliding across the ticker now.
Oh, did it already go through?
Yeah.
So now it is Peyton Turner.
Ooh, nice.
DN for Houston.
He was pretty under the radar prospect. He was getting some first round buzz late. But Selyan, you seem pretty excited. I want to kick it to you.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I kind of like him. I think I don't know if he's first round worthy, but I kind of like what he does. I think he's really stout at the point of attack. He's got good bend. He plays low, good pad level. Yeah, I think he's under the radar, and I think they might have gotten. I mean, they're taking a risk here because it's a first round pick, but I mean, it's a good player.
Where did you have him on your board?
I don't have a top 50 grade on him. I have him bottom of the second.
So why are you so excited on him?
Well, because I like him, but I didn't think he'd go first round.
All right.
I think he's going to be a solid starter. I didn't think he'd go first round, though.
He's got a personal ranking of top 10.
But that's what I kind of thought the big board was his personal ranking overall, but not like.
Oh, yeah, my top 50. I didn't send you my full big board.
Yeah. All right.
Can't give away all his secrets, Joe. Jesus.
All right, fine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. It just came up. Peyton Turner from Houston, 6'6", 268. All right. I think it's solid. No, I do like the pick. I don't know if it was as much of a need for them, so I'm a little surprised by it. But I don't know. I think they had other needs that they could have and should have addressed before that side, but that's just me.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. There's other things that they needed to address, but you know what? The draft's a fickle, beast, and they can find guys in round 2 and 3 and 4 that you never thought would be anything. Happens all the time. So
Tom Brady. Sorry. I mean, how many?
They already showed the picture, by the way, of Tom Brady and Mac Jones next to each other, where they're both like the flab, just like flabby looking dudes. Like
they didn't show it. Mac Jones actually tweeted it himself.
The ultimate word.
Well, no, but NFL Network did it. They showed it on air. Like
it's the ultimate Pee-wee football. Hey, yes, you can play football. Ad. Like
the thing is, like,
I don't care if you're a doughboy. Look at us.
I don't know. Anyway, New Orleans
one of us
Saints
has 7 Super Bowls. The
New
other
Orleans
one
Saints picked,
just got drafted.
The New Orleans Saints, by the way, drafted Peyton Turner.
Yeah, we said that like 10 minutes ago.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did. Didn't I just say that?
Yeah, Joe, are you drunk? Are you good, man? Like, do you need a nap?
I do need a nap.
Did I somehow just pour the rest of this growler out through my microphone and into your ears?
Pick is already in, which means they took a running back.
All right. Anyway,
I didn't even call it yet. Hold on.
What? Jesus Christ! What the hell are you doing to me? I was talking about the Ravens pick. Y'all picked the Saints pick from me. I don't know. Anyway,
what?
I was talking about the Ravens pick earlier. Then y'all picked the Saints pick. I don't know. Anyway, so we have another guest coming on, so we got to pick this one up. Let's go. Sorry. Anyway, so our pick to end this whole show out for us is Matt Hicks from the NFL Draft Bible. It is he picked up by Sports Illustrated. So happy to have you on, Matt. What's going on, man?
Thanks for having me on. Glad to recap, put a finish on this final round here tonight with y'all.
Absolutely, man. Glad to have you here. And yeah, it's been an interesting draft so far. So the Packers are up, and we know they were in the works of trading Aaron Rodgers, it sounded like, but it didn't actually happen. But and Bob, as a Packers fan, is cringing every time I say that. But yeah, it looks like the pick for the Green Bay Packers is in, and it's cornerback Eric Stokes from Georgia. What's your thoughts on that?
Fine.
Is that really the pick? Get out of here.
Yeah, that's apparently what it is.
They didn't take a wide receiver or an offensive tackle.
Of course not. Did we think the Packers were going to do anything to help?
Why do you think Rodgers is like, I'm out?
I'm out after this, man.
We're gonna lose the entire crew here.
I mean, it's still not up on my screen, so nothing's official yet, as far as I'm concerned.
You are like me, where we're like 4 hours behind because we're all streaming. But somebody put Eric Stokes on here.
Cable. I don't have internet. I don't even know how I'm talking to you guys right now, but somehow I managed. I don't even know what to think with this. I feel like every year the strongest need is wide receiver, and they just don't care. They're like, whatever, we got Davante Adams. We don't need a receiver.
I'm fine with not going wide receiver here based on what's left on the board.
Eric Stokes.
If Bateman was there, I'd be like, okay, let's go get this guy.
Yeah.
But with JOK still on the board, one of the best linebackers, arguably the best linebacker in this draft, just sitting there, we need a linebacker. They address a position of need, arguably, even though they signed Kevin King, who they should have let go, along with Mercedes Lewis, so we could have signed Corey Linsley. But instead, let's just draft his backup so he can start next year.
Yeah.
I
think JOK would have been much, much better pick here. Oof. And I mean,
Dickerson,
Stokes.
Yeah.
All right. I don't hate Stokes, but I don't feel like he's first rounder in my mind personally.
He's fast. Yay.
Who cares?
Is this the Oakland Raiders?
I've driven plenty of fast cars that sucked in turns. So
I agree. I'm just saying that's why they like him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hate it.
It's a pretty damn close 1-2 straight line race, obviously. For who sucks worse at drafting here between the Packers and the Eagles,
or the Giants now at this point.
Well, yeah, the Giants are making their way.
The Giants are pretty much they
fucking
traded down,
close.
which was awesome. And then it was like,
and then they're like, all right, let's still screw this up.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
that's
what we
a
talked
total
about
Eagles
earlier.
move right there. To just be like,
so-
yeah, we're going to trade down. Oh, wait, they already did that this year. Never mind.
John, I want to get your thoughts on this if you got some.
I was surprised. I thought it was going to be JOK too. I'm surprised they went Stokes. I get going defense, but Stokes definitely surprised me there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think defense was right call, wrong position though.
Yeah. Matt, you're the draft guru here. I mean, like, it's just mind-boggling, right? I mean, like, where do we move on from here?
I just yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's tough.
I don't know.
So let's
never
move on. Let's just do a happy place maybe and go on to the Bills. And John's a big Bills fan, so
I don't know.
Make him happy. What are they doing here?
I mean, JOK's there. Ozo's there.
Z's
honestly, the smartest move might be trading back here. There's a lot still on the board where you can trade back into the early second and gain an asset and another pick. I mean,
you could see Atlanta wanting to move up maybe for a running back here. Jets potentially. I could see it happening.
Yeah. Which I'd be okay with. I mean, if they're taking defense, you almost have to lean edge rusher because that's their biggest need right now. I mean, but JOK at 30 is really tough to pass up.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal value.
Yeah.
But it's the edge rusher. Again, I'll bring this up. I've heard a lot of discussion about how the edge rushers really aren't that good this year, and
Right.
so if you go up for them, it's not worth the value. So is that the right play?
No, that's why with a lot of the edge rushers still on the board, that's why maybe then moving back becomes into play for a team, like Matt said, a team like Atlanta who might want to come in here and get DeVonta
back. Yeah. I would go for that. That makes a lot of sense. It does. It just.
I mean, who else is who's the best player available from Clemson that Jacksonville could trade out of the 2-1 to Buffalo to go get that player? I mean, is there an O lineman that probably needs to be drafted by Jacksonville to just really complete that formula?
Yeah.
That's my pick.
Funny.
I don't know. Just watch it happen. Watch it happen. If it does, I'm just hanging up. I'm just leaving, and I'm gonna go buy some lottery tickets.
Drop. I was gonna say
11:49. Nothing gets called on Thursday anyway, so yeah, I'm good.
You're good, man.
Let's just Mega Millions hits tomorrow.
And why this Bills pick isn't in yet?
Come on.
So Matt, what else do we know tonight, man?
Just been bopping around, man. Bummed out with Baltimore's first pick, so let's see if they make up for it with the second pick.
Are you a Ravens fan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think Rashad Bateman is going to be a very good fit in our offense. So
no,
I think he's going to end up. I don't want to say a bust there, but I think we need to lower expectations.
It just didn't make it didn't make sense. Like the fit and the need wasn't there. They need other things before that.
It made sense a year ago when people thought Rashad Bateman was actually big, which I think you can kind of tell on his tape that he's not actually that big. But I don't know. I'm worried. 6'0", 190, that's not what we needed. We got enough 6 foot and below guys.
Yeah.
Agreed. So Buffalo pick is in. Who's got it? Because I know I'm behind.
Yeah, I'm behind too.
I have it yet.
Oh man, we need Kyle.
We need
left. It's all right. I should be on real time. He's got like the extra scoop picks. So yeah, that's all good.
Let's
see.
Oh, he had to bounce.
All right, defensive end.
Greg Rousseau.
All right, Gregory Rousseau, defensive end from Miami.
I don't love it. I don't hate it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it fills a need, and you don't have to plug him in right away. I mean, he's high motor, lot of upside. Definitely an upside pick.
Yeah, Bob, IDP guy, what's up?
He's got all the upside in the world. I would have preferred Azeez Ojulari. I think he's more ready to start right away. But Russo, his upside is, top tier defensive edge in the league. But I wasn't a huge fan of his film. You can't ignore his production. He was super productive in his 1 year as a starter. But like I said, he's going to have opportunity, not necessarily right away. He doesn't have to start right away, I should say. He could slot in more of that pure pass rusher. I'm not surprised to see him go round one, get that extra year option in there. Like I said, I think he will need some time to develop, build on his frame a little bit, and develop some tools for pass rushing. But I don't hate it. I mean, at this point in the draft, it's fairly good value.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I would prefer Azeez Ojulari over him, but I mean, they needed a pass rusher. So
yeah. I think you can kind of pair him in the future with AJ Espenza, who they took last year, who kind of fit kind of the same mold. Got another guy who kind of had to retool his body a little bit, and another raw guy with upside. So it kind of fits that mold where you have those two guys replace a Jerry Hughes down the road and Addison down the road, and so from that aspect, I mean, it's a good place to be in where you don't have to necessarily reach for a pick or you don't really have a huge need to fill. So I don't mind the upside here.
So, what do you think about this?
I really like this pick. I just saw it as I walked in. I think Russo has huge upside. His frame is really nice. He does look a bit stiff, I thought, at times when he's bending the edge, but he plays fast. He has long strides to eat up ground. Natural pass rusher with good hands. The upside is super high, and the Bills can afford to make a pick like that. As I think John might have said. I didn't hear his full take, but
no, we're good. So we are on the
back to Baltimore.
Yep, back on the Ravens pick. Unfortunately, Matt Hicks is having connection issues. He's trying to jump in as soon as he can. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, Ravens. So what do we think, Bob? What do we got?
This would be another good spot for Azeez Ojulari.
Right?
Make good on that. Well, and I mean, another guy that's falling. He keeps saying, "No, this would be a good spot for him," but it really would. They need pass rushers. They just don't have anybody that can really get after the passer right now. So I like the pick. It gives them kind of a more speed element to their defense.
Mm-hmm.
They got the big and strong guy in Campbell, but they could really use a guy who can get to the passer quick. So I still like Azeez Ojulari here. He should go day one.
Selyan, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I'm on Ojulari. I think it's a good fit for Baltimore. He's tough. He plays physical. He's got good bend, explosive. I think he does a lot of. Plus, in that scheme, you need someone that can rush from either a 2-point stance or a 3-point stance, someone that can drop back a little bit. He can do a lot of different things for them. So kind of in the Matt Judon mold of things. I think that's kind of interesting.
I'd like the comparison there to Judon because they've seemed like they've already kind of given up on Judon. So it'd be nice to have a good fill-in who has similar traits and similar abilities, but obviously going to be a much cheaper cost for them. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what they do here.
John, thoughts?
Yeah, I think especially after going wide receiver with their pick earlier, I think they address another need with defensive end, and there's not really much else offensively that jumps up off the board here. I mean, I could see them trading back too, kind of like I said with Buffalo, because they have a lot of needs on that defensive line, but I think it's going to be an end as well.
All right, well, we'll find out very, very soon. Just kind of curious, though. We've got a few, positions that haven't had a lot of guys come off the board, and we've only got, the couple of picks left. What surprises you the most so far out of that? Selyan, go first.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I was just saying, we've had a few positions where not a lot of guys have been drafted. So what positions surprise you the most that haven't been drafted?
I'm a little bit surprised that Barmore didn't get picked yet, considering how thin the defensive tackle class is this year. I thought one team would probably take a shot at grabbing arguably who's probably the best defensive tackle in the class. And yeah, I think guard could have seen someone sneak in, or interior offensive line at least. Humphrey's one of the guys that was mocked a little bit in the first round as a high IQ center with a good build and stout hands and good pass protection, really patient. So I thought someone from one of those position groups could have been interesting.
John, what do you think?
I think it's going to be interesting where the next running back and wide receiver go. I don't think necessarily you're going to see either one go here, but I think you might see a little bit of a run on wide receiver early in the second round with, both Moores going. And then when you get into the third, you have your Tylan Wallace and your Amon-Ra St. Brown, guys like that. So I think in the second, third, you might see a little bit of a run on wide receivers.
Absolutely. Bob, but maybe focus a little bit on some defense stuff here
I'm still shocked to see Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah still on the board, and I don't think, unless somebody's moving up for him, I don't see anybody taking him here. I don't see Ravens taking him, and I don't see Tampa taking him. So to me, that's a G-dang shame that my Packers couldn't capitalize on that fall. But
it's like a shame. It really does, man.
I just
it makes no sense.
So bummed. He felt all that way, and I was like, "Are we really going to make our defense actually better?"
Nope.
Yeah. Nah. I feel like should I even ask Mike Ditka over there? I don't even know.
Sure.
No. Sure.
The
pick is in, so I'm going to cut you off then.
Yeah.
Go quick.
I mean, I agree with everybody's points so far. I mean, I just think that there's – I'm amazed that JOK is still on board. He should have gone by now. I don't understand why he didn't. So I guess teams just had something that they scouted on him that they didn't like. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
Pick is in, by the way, and it is Jason Awea, edge rusher from Penn State. Baltimore Ravens got that guy.
Okay.
So
he had 0 sacks last year.
Yeah. That pretty much says it all.
That's a quality pick.
Any scores, any tape on this guy that he's promote him?
He's not bad, but man, like I said, you go back to you want guys with any production,
right?
Production. I think he's a guy who's a physical specimen more than anything, and I think they're drafting him for developmental reasons. He's a big body, but he moves like not a big guy. But again, like I said, I always, want to rely a little bit on production. And when he's not going against elite talent by any means in most of the Big Ten, at least, that to me is kind of a red flag when he's not racking up, at least a sack. But
yeah, honestly, I'm looking at him even just like dancing with his family, and he's almost skinny, he's almost skinny, like
you were gonna say Dancing with the Stars.
He's almost skinny like me, but he's 7 inches taller. And it's like, if I was 7 inches taller, I'd be as much as him. I'd weigh as much as him. Like, that's not good. I couldn't pound through these linemen like he should.
He's 255.
So I get it. He's a little slim. Selyan, do you agree with that?
I don't agree that he's slim. I think he's well packed. He's 255. He's a speed rusher is what he is. But yeah, the lack of production is a little bit alarming, and you have to take note of it. He's a traits guy. You can see his athleticism on film. He's fast. He's rangy in pursuit. He's explosive off the snap. But yeah, he hasn't had no production last year. He was in the backfield a little bit on the film. But yeah, he's an athlete that needs to be converted into a ball player, a high level ball player. So that's a bit of a gamble in the first round.
Tampa's got to be going deep.
Yeah, Tampa. So Tampa
this
now
is
is
Azeez Ojulari.
It's got to be. A lot of those guys they just re-signed.
We're just gonna keep saying that one. So the
this
pick
is
in.
it.
So by the way, the pick is in. Last pick of the draft.
I'm going Elijah Moore
the first
because
round.
they got to replace somebody.
Of course, I'm not gonna say no to you, AJ.
Totally, Joe Tyrone.
It's got defense.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I mean,
so unfortunately, we had
picks.
Matt Hicks during these picks, but his connection just didn't work. That's unfortunate.
He would have been much better than me.
Well, yes, of course you.
Anyway, this cup of beer just sitting here would have been better.
Joe Tyron, edge rusher, Washington. Edge rusher, Bob.
He's fine.
He's fine.
I would rather that Azeez Ojulari, but yeah, man, he's another guy. He's fine. Didn't get into a ton of his tape. I barely saw him as a first round talent. But another guy, I think, he's going to sit behind, Shaq Barrett, JPP for at least a year more than likely, and get a chance to develop behind some great players. So he's fine. I'm curious to see what Selyan thinks.
Yeah, I agree. He's fine. I think that's the motto with a lot of these edge rushers this year. But yeah, I had a bottom of the second. I had him right behind Peyton Turner, actually, at 60 overall. Yeah, he's pretty explosive. He's got some juice off the edge, but he's nothing finished. I was kind of surprised that he opted out last year, but I think it's a result of the whole weird schedule for the Pac-12 in terms of not playing, then suddenly playing like a month, two months into the season, deciding to finally play football. It's kind of tough when you've been training and adjusting to play at some point. And I mean, when your schedule's all thrown off, then you become afraid of injuries. So I get it, but yeah, no, I wasn't super sold on him as a first rounder. There's been hype on him as a first rounder lately, but yeah, I had a late second on him.
Hey, but the Tampa taking that just hit the over on defensive players taken in the first round.
Nice. Oh, so John, what's your thoughts on this and the rest?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't necessarily think I like the pick of edge rusher, especially like what Bob was saying. He can sit. It's a good defense to learn from. But yeah, I would have thought Ojulari there, or even JOK there. But I mean, if they like the guy, the talent's there, you can sit him on him for a year. Then why not? And Tampa's one of those teams they really don't have a glaring need. So I mean, he's the best available on their board. Go get him.
Yeah, I agree with that. So a few questions I have for pre-draft, just for the rest of you guys here. What was the best steal of the draft? Bob, start with you.
I mean, I keep going back to it, and I don't know if you can call it a steal because they had to trade so much up to go get him. But Justin Fields at 11 to me just still sticks out. I mean, for value picks, I just don't. To me, he's a franchise quarterback, franchise-changing quarterback. I think he's a really good quarterback. So getting him all the way at 11, you had to trade up a lot to get him. But at the end of the day, I think the Bears finally got their quarterback in Justin Fields. And I hate to say it because I'm a Packer fan, and I've had a really rough day.
Well, you still have Rodgers right now, though.
Yeah, I don't. Whatever.
We'll see what happens now. All right, Selyan, what?
Yeah, I'm hesitating a little bit. I think Caleb Farley could fall into the steal category simply because he only slid because of the medicals, and I think the talent is top 15, even maybe top 10.
What was the medicals for him, by the way?
It's the back surgery issues. And yeah. Yeah,
otherwise back fusion or just?
I'm sorry.
What was it? Back fusion?
I'm not.
You're not sure? Okay, that's cool. Just all right. Just wondering.
Yeah, I read that it was a micro disectomy. I think that's what I have in my.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
But I honestly do not know what that is.
So it sounds bad, and it's in the back.
Yeah, I had back injuries, and I couldn't do half the shit that they do. So, yeah, not even close. All right.
Yep.
All right, John.
I would say probably Darashaw falling on as far as he did and just going back to Minnesota, moving back and getting him. I think that's great value there. I also think Indy with Pay. I think that's some good. Kwity Paye. I think that's some good value there too. Another guy who a lot of people thought would go a lot higher. So I definitely say Darashaw, but I think Kwity Paye needs some love there too.
So I feel like you guys are like trying to suck up to me and AJ because we're both Virginia Tech fans, but because me and AJ are both gonna go Darashaw. Yeah, it's good.
Well, I agree 100% with John. Actually, I think both Indy and Minnesota got the picks that they needed and to help their teams. I think they were great picks overall. So, and obviously Darashaw is a VT boy, so I've got my heart there. But also my cousin was there for Minnesota, so I like the tie-in there. I just think overall it wasn't the first round that I expected. I feel like there was a lot more movement than maybe we've seen, or maybe I've paid attention to more in the past, like a couple of years. But I think the teams overall did a really good job of filling a need, not necessarily their top need, but getting something of value for the picks they had, and being able to drop back, especially in Minnesota's case, they had their guy in mind, drop back, and still had hopefully what was their top guy in mind sitting there for them. So I do like to see that.
All right, so I want to ask all of you, John, start with you. Who's the guy that you were surprised to fall out of the first round, except for OKC? JOK, whatever I said, OKC. Yeah, JOK. Sorry. Except for JOK.
Except for Kevin Durant. Who did you not like in this pick?
Except for him, who's the guy you were surprised to fall out of the first round?
The edge rusher too. I think those two, definitely probably should have went in the first round. Surprised to see them both not in there, but I think those are both going to go early. I mean, you can see Jacksonville jumping on one first thing tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. Since they took the running back a little earlier than I thought. So, Bob.
I mean, I know you said not to mention JOK, but that
no JOK. I'm gonna mute your ass. Go.
That is the big one for me. Azeez Ojulari is the big one.
Man, reality.
I just seeing, I guess I'm not super surprised. Maybe Asante Samuel Jr. Corner. Maybe him not making it in the first round is kind of surprising, but for the most part, I think. Not a ton. Maybe we could have seen another different running back, maybe sneak in here at the end. I don't know.
I would have thought maybe like an Elijah Moore might have went over a Tooney.
Yeah, I agree. Totally.
I didn't think that Tooney or Moore were going to sneak up in the round. I thought after Bateman that was also we were going to get, but so.
Yeah,
totally. AJ.
I agree on the Moore pick. I think he potentially should have gone, but he's like the last receiver that's just sitting there, and then there's nothing for rounds before you're really looking at receiver again. So that one to me was a little shocking, but overall, honestly, the thing I'm surprised the most about is seeing two VT guys go in the first round. I hate to be a homer, but it just doesn't happen.
Man.
So it's like, okay, unless your name's Vic, you're not going in the first round. So, it'll be interesting. I think both guys that got drafted were worthy of it. Especially where they went, I don't think they were worth much higher than where they went. So I'm good with that. I mean, just looking at the board, there's not a ton of guys that I'm really. I do like the Asante call, Asante Samuel Jr., but I feel like he's still a little more of a second round talent. So it wasn't a big surprise, but I wouldn't have been surprised to see him go in the first either. So,
yeah. Well, yeah, I think a lot of the stuff that went on in the first round was pretty expected. Not maybe in the order, which is pretty expected. But I think we're going to call it a night, and we're probably going to meet back up with a few of you guys on Saturday for the round 2 recap. Bob, I'm going to let you bounce out first. Let everybody know where they can find you and stuff like that.
Yeah, you can find me at Bob Van _IDP. I am Bob Van, the IDP man. I'll be bringing out some of the landing spots based on the draft for each defensive position for sure. Rankings to follow that up. You can also find me over at the Dynasty Rewind YouTube channel. We've been doing a lot of mock draft stuff, a lot of rookie breakdowns and stuff like that.
They're great guys.
And now we're going to be doing a lot of landing spot stuff too in our rankings. So yeah, find me over there. Find me at Sixpack for all my writing stuff, and hit me up on Twitter. DMs are always open. We can talk IDP. We can talk whatever bogus. We can talk how bad the Packers are at drafting. I don't care. I'll piss and moan about that all night. So thanks again for having me.
Guys can hook you up with you, man. All right, see you later, man. Good night.
See you, Bob.
Thanks for hanging out, man. All right, we're gonna start off next with John.
Yes.
Tell everybody where they can find you and what you got going on, man.
Find me at Twitter at JPW2542. We'll be rolling out with early rookie recaps and landing spots, and then following that up with some Devy rankings coming out. So keep an eye out for that. That'll be out within the next week or so.
Absolutely, man.
Awesome.
Thanks for hanging out tonight, and it was great talking with you, man.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Take care, guys.
Yeah.
All right. See you, John.
All right. Selyan, the man of the hour, the one who's been with me doing this for the last 3 years, and you can see the sunlight coming through his blinds over there because he's in the UK.
I'm in
It's
France,
6 a.m. over there.
6:15.
Woo!
It is 6:15. This is always kind of weird because it's like I'm still having beer, but it's morning. Should I really be having beer right now?
Yeah,
You're not going.
The
You're not
answer
going,
is
to, you're
always
not going
yes.
to work tomorrow, right? That's all that matters, right? You're not going to work tomorrow.
Definitely not. Definitely
Yeah,
not.
absolutely. Then we're okay.
Then keep drinking. Crack open a new one.
You know what?
And
no, we're good. Anyway, stop listening to AJ. Let everybody know where they can find you on Twitter and what you got going on for the rest of the season, man.
Right. So you can find me inside the 5 _scouting on Instagram. And I think on Twitter it is Selyan _FB. I will try to be more active on Twitter on my Twitter and step up the Twitter game for the 2022 cycle. But yeah, we're gonna be rolling right into the Inside the 5 article series again, and it's a new draft cycle starting Monday, so that should be fun.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you coming on, and we'll hook up again on Saturday morning. It's morning for me, afternoon for you, but yeah. Saturday for the round 2 and 3 recap. So we'll figure that out. Talk to you later, man.
Right.
Have a good night.
All right, guys.
And
See you.
morning, I guess. So should stay for you.
Goodbye.
All right, man. It's just you and me, I guess. I don't know how that happened again.
I don't either because it's like
you said you weren't going to hang out, but
I have 2 picks, and and then I'm out, and you're like, well, one already went, and we need you here for this one. I was like,
I said hang out for 1, or 4.
Well,
I said
you
hang
told
out
me
for 4.
you were trying to kick me off after the Saints, and then unfortunately Matt lost his connection.
Yeah,
so
that was unfortunate.
I guess I had to stick around after that, but
you and your Mike take a face. That's fine. All right, man. So we got back to baseball. We're back to baseball. We're back to baseball next week on Thursday. We'll probably periodically we'll put into a little bit of football. We'll put into football.
We'll balance out.
Yeah, baseball's gonna die off pretty quick. Sorry, guys. We just need more football talk. But anyway,
come what are we in April? Yeah, so like come like May. We're totally gonna. We'll be shifting gears.
Damn. But
no,
okay.
Anyway,
all right. I think we are done.
Not that quickly.
I need to turn this off. So
yeah, we're good.
Jeff's already put his head on his shoulder. Like, I'm out of here. So thank you for tuning in. For all of our guests that came, we appreciate you, and we're gonna bounce. Bye.